Oh, so where's my recording in process? Recording in. Oh.
Yeah.
When the audio just shut out.
We sitting. Being in front of them behind, but they will self it will respond to the set. So the phone it's not sit up the very good. That's how it is. So it's you might sleep it now.
Pāturo te ngātau ki a rātou tua i ngaro. Te tau mai te manāti tanga tiri mo te tēnei ho huinga. Na tā wharau kia mātou te kāpohu take o te mana atu o te mana are. Te turu kia rongo whakamaua te a tiri. Utahi e tigāna ngā mua i ngaro. Te rātou mā kua whiturangia. Ngaro ati te pō. Mai taki wā o kō Rangatira. Raru i te mana paitapu o whitireia e re atu ki whakawhanui. Hare tonu ngā mihi, e roto i te taki wā, o rau te au ki Tonga. Anei rā te putahitanga, e kata mai nei i tēnei atu. E mihi kauana ki a koutou. Te ngā kai hautu, me ngā kai whiriwhiri, o te rangi nei. O hara mai nei te Whakarongo, pēnei momo kōrero o tiwi nei. O Ngāti tō Rangatira te Ātiawa, rau te au te Tonga. Kuri anō ki a tātou ngā kanuhi ora e whakawhiri nei i mea. E marama ana koutou, e kau whapanunui, te a tātou, te uitahi nei, te atanei. Kāna ngā mi āroha ki a rātou, ngā Rangatira o ngā wā o mua. Kua hinga mai nei. E a koutou nei, e whakahaere nei ngā tāpaitanga o te rangi nei kia kaha koutou. Kia kaha koutou, te whakawārma ana ngā tāhuhu kōrero ngā mātua tupuna kai a kārewa reo. E mohe ana koutou, te pēhitanga, te taumahatanga, kei rungi ki a tātou. Ko eke mai nei i tēnei ata. I te whakarongo i ki ngā tangata e takahi ana ki te mana o te iwina. O ia nei te amuamu. O ia nei te riri. O ia nei te pauritanga kei rungi a tātou. Nere mea ata haere koutou. E ki kia kaha koutou. Moe anau te uhuatanga o tēnei kaupapa ki a koutou. E tutu manako e te ahau nei, e whakaayana koutou. E whakaaro rangatira o mātou. O eke mai nei i te rangi nei. Kia tō tika ai te huarahi ka nui a tātou. O ia nei te tūmana. E putu atu kia koutou. Ho te kuaretanga. Ho te āhuatanga ki te whakaiti te mana o TV nei. Ko koutou. Kia ngā wari ai te ara kainui a tātou. Nei rara huri no, a tēnā koutou, a tēnā huri mai tātou katoa. E te atu o tō mātou kaihanga ka tia ho te marawatanga me te ora ia tutu kore. Ti matau mahi kia mau tika me te aroha. Me te apia uturu kia mātou tau aroha i roki tēnei huhuinga. Ringu tinga o tau tamata kai whakaora me te wairua ta pututuru kia rongo whakamaua kia tīna. Kara mai tātou. Ane rā, mā tāpai o te kotahitanga. Koe ke mai nei, tiraru i te maru o te pari nei. Rotu i te taki wā o Ātiawa i Whakarongotai ki mai nei. Naru i te tau maru o kapa nui de ati ki te awa o Waikanae. Ki wai oro mo mai. Whakawhiti atu, i te rau o te rangi ki te mau te re tapu o kāpis. Anei rā, ki iwi nei, e kōrero atu kia koutou. E mihi ana kia koutou i tēnei ata. Nei rā huri no tēnā koutou, aku Rangatira mā, tēnā tātou katoa.
Me ngā kaupapa, e rau te mea ko taki moi te kaupapa. Me ngā kaupapa te hui o tātou katoa. I roto i tēnei o ngā whare. Ngā kaupapa i whakarere mai kui mai e koroma. Ta tangi atu ki a rātau te ngā wairua. Ko tangi tonu te kōrero whats. Engari wai ko tia mai. Ngā tikanga e whaihane nei tātou i tēnei rā. Hei aha. Hei whainga moa tātou mokuri. E hara te mea mo nāi nei noito. Koe nei take. Koe noko tātou te mahi kia whakatika tika taia. Ke pai ai te noho o a tātou moko pui. Koe ne te puitake o tēnei iwahutanga, koe nei hui. Aha kua, ko ngā take, ngā mamae, ngā nawe, koe rātu o ngā pēhitanga, ngā taumahatanga keu i a tātou. No nehe rā wetahi, no naneki wetahi. Engari ko te Mahina-a nei, whiki haere i wawataki. Te tae te ki ko tau. Engari ki te moho tātou. Kāre rawa atu te rā tuahotanga ki te piri mai ki a tātou i tēnei wā. Mena pēnā te ngāwari ko mutu ke, wēnei tohi a tātou. Ko mutu ke. Engari, ane anō tātou i tēnei rangi. E te whawhai haere tonu i wēnei tātou. Kāre no ki Ōtaki. Mena he ngāwari ko tirana. Ko mutu noatu. Nā reira, karanga mai rā, mihi mai. Mihi mai ki te hunga katoa, ko tau mai ki rotu i tēnei o ngā whare. Mihi mai ki tēnei e tūnei, o mā tātua waka. I te hui tātou, ke te hui anō wā tātou waka. Ke te hui anō rātou, te hunga mate, ana e whare ki hia nei te rangi nei. Nā reira, mihi mai, karanga mai. Engari kaue e pōhere o mutu tēnei take o e rotu i nei mai. Ko te hikoe o wēnei tuamo te i nei mahi i nā notu te roa. Mena he ngāwiri anei notu te paka. Nā reira e tika ana tangi nei koutou. Ko tā mai koutou ki te rongo ki ngā kōrero. Ko tā mai koutou ki te tautoko i wā koutou kai kōrero. Ko ina te āhutango wele i hui. Te tai rāno te katoa. Ki te rongo ate, ki te tautoko. I te whiu haere. I ngā mamaitanga, ngā taumatanga. E kōrero tēnei i koe. Nā reira, te Rangatira, mihi mai rā. Mihi mai ki a tātou. Mihi mai ki a tātou katoa i raro i te maru. O te whānuitanga ako o tēnei rohe. Ātiawa, Ngāti toa, Raukawa, Whakatau, Ngāti. Nā koutou tēnei rohe. Nā koutou tēnei takiwa. Nā reira, tika ana. E haere ngā tahi nei koutou i te whawhai, mōna. Nā i kōrero tēnei koe kapakapa nui te rā. O ngā aua katoa o tēnei rohe kui rā. Ane e huinei tātou katoa i raro i te hikoe kotahi. E hikoe nui kotahi. Nā reira, e mihana ki wēnei koutou katoa. E tāna kone ki tēnei hui. Taku whakaaro e hui whakakire wira tēnei. Ana te upae o reno tēnei e koe. Ina te hōhu nutanga, te hikoitanga e haere nei tātou. Reira, e tika ana me kōri. Me whakatoko katoa mā kōri o. Ke rongo ake a nei ngā whakaro o inei, a nei o ngā whakaro o ira. A reira, anui roi o inei miki kia tātou i whenua. I rei, o kia ki tō whakatau mai a tātai, e koro, tēnā koe, katoa, tēnā tēnā koe te kia tātou katoa. Aratau i tuku iho, nā te whenua i tuku iho, nā ngā wai e rere nei i tuku iho, nei tātou e nei, I raro I aratau, ngā tika ni katoa, I whakarene mai, o tātou e ngā tia. Kuri mua, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Ora.
He tuana rāta rātau te mamai. He tuana rātau o te tangata I tōna pūtake. Ona paki aka ka horo atu rā, tēnā ki tēnā o tātai. Ko tēnei rākau, te rākau o te mamai, te nui tēnei rākau, ka piki ake rā, ka maro atu rā ki roto I ngā kapu I te rangi. Ka ngaro atu rā tēnei rākau, ara ki te matu e nui te rangi, a ki ngā nui ngāno. Ana ka tae ke te wā, ka hua rā tēnei rākau I ona hua. Ka kai e rā tāu o te tangata, ka rongo ki te reka, ka rongo ki te kawa. E ngari kei roto I te reka, kei roto I te kawa, e hua pai mō mātau. Mā tērā, e kiana rā rātau, e kārawa ana, te hua tika na mōna. Te ahai he oranga mōna, mō ngā rā, kei mua. Nō reira, te karei mā ko tua tērā hau I raro I te tika no te Ātiawa. Te taki hoki mai rā, te mauri ki tēnei o tātou tā. Wai maria rā tēnei, e karei mā, e kōrero rā koe mo tō tā mātou waka, te waka mātātua. Ara I te hui tuatahi rā mātou, ana ki atu rā koe nā rātou pu waka. Te waka o mātātua. Nā tēnei whānau nei, nā noho mai nei, nā rātou e tukuna mai he tūri, ke noho pai nā hau. I waini a rātou, I runga te marae, o Whakarongotai. Te waimari a rā tētei. Pēnā ke te mōhio rā koe, pēnā ke te kāinga rā hau, pare rā tāe te ki, te pōreo, para ki koe nei mahi, para ke te tuake rā hau te newa. Nō reira, te rongo atu ngā kōrero ko puta atu, e tēnei wā, I te wā hue, te hui tuatahi, pa puta atu rā hau te kōrero nā te kune te pūpoke. Te pūpoke te hihiri, nā te hihiri, te mahara, nā te mahara te hini ngoro, koe rā kōrero katoa I te hui tuatahi. I te rongo rā hau, ana ka tai mai, e tangata I roto I tēnei hui a whātaka mua, ana nāna I mau ki koe rā kōrero. Koe rā kōrero, ana ka tātai haere rā te ngā kōrero, o tēnā koe rā kōrero, o te hiti o rongo mai. Ana tēnei ata ka rongo pē koutou, I wana kōrero, ana ko kōrero ara, o takoto rā, te Whakatau, te whakatakoto kaupapa I roto I a koe waini a koutou. Nō reira, te kiana e tika te kōrero, ana ka kāti rā I kone, te taku nei hea, kōrero, te whakahoki mai te mauri tēnei o tātou, I raro te tikana o te Ātiawa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, a tēnā tātou.
Oto matu kota pate rangi bari e te hoi o tapuna te aroa e hoi o nora I aere mai kai o te ara wananga tai mamora wai.
Ki ana te koe ka tōtō te puna I Raukawa ka minimiti te puna I Ngāti tō Rangatira. Ka tōtō te puna I Ngāti tō Rangatira, ana ka minimiti I Ngāti Raukawa. Para kei waini nui nā te Ātiawa, ko Ātiawa, te pupuri ana te rā puna, te kore e pati, te puna o te aroha. Nō reira hui rauna, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Tēnā.
Welcome to the order, Whakarongotai, and the Waikanae for the final day of our hearing on 2022. My name is Maassen and I'm chairing the panel. On my left is Commissioner, and on my right is Rowe, who has done our meeting for the panel to welcome everybody. I'm sorry that morning tea is not yet ready because there is two panels, but we'll kick off. And I just wanted to acknowledge the recording and talking about tikanga of the Ātiawa, because in the New World, following a certain Supreme Court decision, this is also part of our law, and it's an unusual experience because as a European, we look the law typically in the form of text, and now we see that also by oral tradition, and we are governed by law, and so we are in part governed by the tikanga of the Ātiawa and European law. So it is important during the course of the day that we hear what is tikanga relevant to the questions that we have to decide, because that's how we receive in part law relevant to our jurisdiction. In terms of our kaupapa, we have in reality two contesting parties about the appropriate way in which to address this whenua that's affected by the scheduling. And so we have to explore concepts with both sides and test that evidence. And for my part, I'm sure I won't do it as elegantly as Commissioner Whitty. So I apologise in advance if it seems not quite correct with tikanga, but we have to do the best we can to explore and test these ideas with the idea that we are exploring what is the best solution for outcome. So I just signal that, and so we hand over to Dr. Mahina-a-rangi, who I think is leading the team in terms of this presentation, and give the floor back to the Ātiawa to address their submission points. Thank you.
You can put it there, it's fine. Yeah. Yeah.
I just wanted to open up acknowledging that it's put us in a good space to do the work that we have to do today. In particular, I thank the panel for being manaakitanga, the hospitality to us, in allowing us to move this session and enabling us to go and grieve for a significant person to us in Ātiawa, and from a professional perspective, from the mother of our environment coordinator. So we're very grateful, being relieved of the need to come and give our submission and to go and grieve for the loss of Fyfe. And I also just acknowledge it's a somewhat unusual. It's unusual to be in Hapū and to be hosted by Ngāti Raukawa, cups of tea and whatnot. So just acknowledging the women who are looking after us today. You will have to bear with me, and you may be able to hear my throat is in recovery mode. So I'm going to try and keep this as succinct as possible, given the nature of this Hapū. Being capable of moving slowly and keep the subject in all the way. I do actually want to ask the chair of the panel to approach you might have to take with our submission today. As I see it, there's essentially two parts to it. There are the quite comprehensive notice of the scheduling and failure of any part as a Whakatau, and then there's effectively the remainder of the achieving of submission. I had thought we could start with all those other matters and go through our submission with a knife at a time, and then finish our presentation focusing on our order. But I'm in your hands to what you prefer. In that case, I'm just going to start with some general comments from our submission that underscore the Ātiawa approach in responding to the proposed plan change. And as you would know in our submission, as Ātiawa, there are a range of different interests that when it comes to intensification, the development of housing. And we're in a similar situation as our council really, where we need to consider both the implications of our people are often returning home, wanting to return home and live their lives here, being able to live and work in the same area. There is a high demand for housing on the part of our people. We continually see our people having to move out of their living, particularly on the way up to within. To find affordable housing. And so from my perspective, there's a strong interest in seeing an increase in particularly affordable housing supply. At the same time, there's the need to protect our Tonga, protect the things that are important to us in the way in which intensification and development generally happens. And we also are acutely aware of examples of intensification that is done in a way that actually compounds social, economic, and health issues, homes that are not fit for our whānau and our children to be living in. And so that's the general, I think, tone in terms of our submission and those various, sometimes compounding things that we're grappling with. There were a few things in our submission where I felt it might be helpful to express on our part what our intent is. I mean, I'm doing that we can take our submission and there isn't the need to go through those matters. And so there are a couple of different points I wanted to raise, and I thought it might be helpful to speak to the intent behind what we propose, and then see if the panel has any questions about that. And so I'm going to move, if that's okay. Firstly, to the part in our submission on topic minor. And just speak a little bit to the context of what we put in our submission on topic minor. So you may have picked up in our submissions that this might be the best way to put it. You're really not wanting the plan to limit the locations and the environments and contexts in which we can establish And one of the ways that that's been underscored in my submission is to say, we are to settlement. We haven't yet gone through the process that a majority of other Indian companies have gone through, where they have been able to get them back, where redress has occurred, and we're wanting the best we can to prevent those decisions in a way that we might be limited to reclaiming and developing Whakatau in our hoki. The particular point of context that perhaps we haven't made in the submission is that many of the areas within Waikanae and Alphen, which are in metropolitan, local, mixed-use zones, were originally Whakatau themselves. And not the tribunal's original report, but the much more recent full report on the inquiry into the claims by Ātiawa Whakarongotai reported on the pattern that was observed across this inquiry district, also in Ōtaki, where there was collusion essentially between councils and rating officers involved in the Māori trustee to zone areas of the townships and Hapū into a zone where it was then no longer possible to continue to reside. Or there were also circumstances where rates would go up like 270% in a year, and failure to pay rates was not dealt with through fine, but by just simply taking the and so in the South Tower context, I'm thinking about the homestead that sat, which is now a car park, in Waikanae next to the marae. I'm thinking about the homestead in Countdown L6 in Mahina Place. So there is quite a long legacy of having our Whakatau taken from us. And they were naturally deliberately in these, I don't know if they are quite policy in that one, but they were the hard economic needs. And for some of us, our tupuna, who took our karata, deliberately moved our homes to those areas. We've provided for the railway about early anything to go through. And to move our people close to the action unit. So any proposal to exclude our ability to claim living and residing in the hub of activity is actually in contrast to the way in which, particularly Ātiawa, is traditionally wished to live. And I'm interested in how that links with you as a community. I'm interested in what might become arguments for wanting to live a proper claim in the trade, and without wanting to be disrespectful to anyone thinking about proper claim, perhaps is part of a native idea that it's living off the land in the middle of nowhere, and no one can see what we're actually doing out there. Well, I don't think that's often what people are talking about. They're often just talking about living on their ancestral land that they have whakatapa to, and if the economic activity that they want to have on that land is working from home, well, that doesn't mean that's not whakatau. So I don't know if the panel wants to take questions at the energy points or at a big improvement, but this was one of the particular I was interested in your response to our meeting.
I understand.
I just wanted to explore briefly. We've had a similar discussion to Raukawa in relation to Ōtaki, which is a place I'm more familiar with. And historically, allocations were made by the concept, the kids concept was there, but actually the subdivision of land for individual families, and so the pattern of development with the variety centre, and then these quite large lots that could be 1,000 square metres, often a little bit larger, and that is actually dotted around the entire area. And then the township developed around that. So in fact, it's a case where the European template is actually landed on the directional identified area. Is that what the Ātiawa is talking about in terms of Whakarongotai? It's the similar sort of pattern, because I know in Ōtaki it was very distinctive. And actually all the patterns of development were split.
Yeah. I think there's different reasons behind different patterns of we can call it settlement of modern communities. And I have to say, I feel like I could say a little more about Tattoo when I think about my Raukawa history, even though I grew up and lived in Ōtaki myself. I at least understand the settlement and it's very, I think you could say really interesting to study in terms of how it ended up being organised so that in Ātiawa, there's more than one thing happening. The traditional areas of occupation were often in coastal areas next to water bodies. Another very unique character of the way in which our people historically settled, without wanting to take too much time and go into the hitting organisations that settle us here, we could see that they was talking about that. But if you consider that numerous Hapū and Iwi came from Taranaki and settled down here eventually, and use a highly pattern of settlement where you might have this far as this particular Hapū, this far as that particular Hapū, and they might move around a little, but over quite the state. By the 1860s, when the Crown invaded Taranaki and the Taranaki Wars began, the decision was taken by leadership here to go back to Taranaki to try and stop what happened in Taranaki. And so we then have this quite unique type of demographic period where there were several people who remained from Hapū and Whānau to hold the space here while the rest moved up. And what you then see in records around our park is a mixture. There's a many Hapū living together. And you also see a lot more movement across those Mahina and Council. My best sense of the reason for that is simply with fewer people, but the need or the desire to maintain park, and also because of the subsistence living at the time, people would move from one part, they would protest through. The expressway, there was a £11 facility fire. So even making a big effort to get to the state of the park, distribute it. So that type of occupation is one. The other category you will observe up the Waikanae River is at different reaches of the river, different kinds, different families, and different associations. Separate to that again would be the crowd, if you like, that moved up into that town centre area. So it's not possible to characterise any of different things.
Like more moving parts.
It's a fascinating concept. It's incredibly complex.
But we're pointing about one thing is on the home to know what that report is about the impacts of zoning and the
Probably does cover it to an extent. The way in which the inquiry is structured is clear to Ātiawa, we will talk on Ātiawa first. And so that I have to admit, you know, I'd like to know which of my domains is the first uncertain. But certainly within this working government and this is that we do.
Now, in relation to the point about paying, how does that land in terms of your design change the plan for the business?
Well, the kind of crude principle I wanted to put back to the panel is where we see any attempt to limit where proper climate can be applied. That is contradictory to how we see it currently. And I'm interested to hear more, maybe I just should have more thinking about that. I'm interested to hear more around the reasons for limiting public money in terms of where it should be and what should apply.
I think the council report was the technology and the city.
Okay, correct. Right.
So, I'm hoping for struggle with these hundred check. We're able to get on board and try this.
What I have wanted to do, I'm sorry, is introduce the people who are saying, we first have feedback, so you will quickly be able to see what's on the way to the front work on the submissions. We have Uncle Tutu character, who is a claimant for the party of the claim. We have Tutuka Whakarongotai Graham, who is listed in the original claim. Our chair, Andre Baker, and the other co-master that we mentioned before who have joined us. Will be supporting and I'm going to bring it to clear. We just had one comment on it. Yeah.
So the one that has the county planning board that sits with around the local centre. And I realise that the fact that local centres are very small in the space area. So our point really is just in principle it's not appropriate to limit that. And then there's a matter that I put forward about the setback from the boundaries and I referred to the town centre zone, but it's also possible to the metropolitan and local centre whether the required form setback from the boundary of residential and a proper fine is enabled of residential. And in principle, I don't see why it should be required to be in the setback. It's located in the metropolitan
And it's the thing twofold. First is public planning where the first ethnic settlement where it should be able to be made. And secondly, because you don't know what's going to happen by the pieces of land are going to be really settled. And so the widest scale to do them. Is that the right thing?
And that again is relevant to really ask that intensive farming not be enabled, intensive farming is required to be set back 300 metres from any sensitive activity. And we've asked that that applies to all traditional Māori land, whether it's about the public farming or not. But then it's accepted that public farming is a sensitive activity, but not that impossible to traditional Māori land. So basically safeguarding the public farming development.
That's the idea behind that, to ensure avoid overlooking the patterns of development and doing the process of public farming.
Well, intensive farming adjacent to public farming is an infrastructure.
Right.
So that's accepted by the council. That public farming is a sensitive activity.
Yeah.
But currently not accepted that all the traditional Māori land is a sensitive activity.
Right.
So whilst obviously land is not an activity, the anticipation is that public farming will be developed or, providing for public farming to be developed on the land in the future.
Okay.
But safeguarding.
The question I have in my mind is to do the managing those to get to what you are spirit about. That's on the without that, you might want to talk about that later.
I'm somewhat connected to that. I wanted to move to the Ātiawa precinct members. And submission, and I want to support it consistently with our submission to the Hapū and Ōtaki and the significance of our marae and our desire to see the land surrounding Whakarongotai and the ownership of KCBC managed entities could be restricted to the current development types. And just to perhaps reiterate, from a practical sense, some of the activities that are happening in the area, I think recently, having the tipahaki or popping or open popping on our maho, on our marae, we don't want to see our people in that state of vulnerability in those private moments, to have their privacy is impacted by having the buildings adjacent to the marae. And so that's the intent behind our position. So if I have it correct, KCBC do not accept this justification for something, including the car park adjacent to Whakarongotai to be restricted to the currently developed parts. Perhaps the other sort of context that I already alluded to today, where that car park is, there's actually a home that listening to. And so here we continue to put up events, certainly with a development landscape that has happened in a way, and it makes all of these issues so much more complex, because this is in fact a little bit more than saying we don't want to have a multi-story car park or whatever it might be. Looking in when we had our parents or our grandparents lying in state on the road, there's something a little more sinister when you know that was actually the homestead of our ancestor, or the homestead that I grew up in, and I had no means of controlling the way in which it's used and the way that it's now. The fact that we don't have any is impacting them. So that is the intent behind that position, to go some way to not further the impact of our people being alienated from that mindset.
So is that about the spatial extent of the Whakarongotai precinct, or is it about the level of control?
It's making a permanent about what I do with them in the future. So that area is included in the lot of Ātiawa people. But it's more the fact that land has been taken. It's not about putting some above ground that it's doing, and it's been council that can work with the development.
Right. Well, I suppose that points to but anyway, think about it slightly quickly in terms of this process. But it's all right when we have the capacity to make formal recommendations and informal recommendations. So just so we don't sidestep that too. Is this the car park adjacent to the theatre that you're talking about? Yeah.
No, it's on the other side.
On the other side? Right. So the the parking lot.
And you may appreciate that from our perspective, with absolutely the greatest respect for this process, But we have an audience here, and so this is part of us ensuring we're maintaining our mindset in terms of what the budget is. And so we know we can't solve all of it before us, but it's important. And I think you'll see as we go on, it's painting the full picture of what we have to deal with and the limited ability to influence these historically overwhelming decisions. And then why it's now so challenging to undo these things. Where does that leave us when we make the wrong decisions with regards to kind of human values? And the legacy that we perhaps continues, because the Ātiawa is going to continue to show up in 5 years and 10 years and 20 years and keep telling the story to make sure we do our best to influence these decisions in the best way that we can.
So just to be clear, is the assurance that you're seeking from the council more tied to, is it tied to the protection of the values surrounding the Marae, or is it related to the fact that it's
It's multifaceted. It's to protect the cultural values of the Marae itself. It's to protect the social values of anyone, whether they're tiawa or others that come into our Marae. And then it's to protect the ancestral rights of those that have relationship to that Hapū. There's also there is the figure at the centre of a very well-known document that you probably know buried in that room. So there are multifaceted values that we make. And this is just one thing we might do to limit further impact to them. And so you'll see that it's restricted to the current which is Hapū. The current Hapū students, which is what they're doing.
No, we're sitting at the moment, we drive on the ground level, and we're asking for no zero height. Because it's so close to the Marae.
So the other, if there was any other question in the particular thing, the other matter we wanted to raise with you is the so the precinct has been extended to include which is the pathway that we carry over to Ōtaki. It's also occurred to us that the Ōtaki on the other side of the railway line is Whakatau, currently bordered by a church, a park across the road, and the car park for the train station. This is perhaps more a question for council, is that we have not yet sought to have that included in the line person, and whether there's still in scope to have that area. I guess I'm just thinking about car parks and there being potential further development, in particular in parks on the list. We wondered, should we actually be seeking that this would apply to that in as well? I'm not sure if you guys
last Friday, the panel challenged us to have a rethink about the Marae Takiwa protocol, certainly in relation to Ōtaki, to consider border matters. And I don't see why we couldn't apply the same for consideration in this instance, but obviously we wouldn't want to do that. It's very clear. So I guess, Chair, if you're happy for us to explore a similar
Yeah, I think, the invitation in Ōtaki wasn't limited to the property on the way, but also exploring a spatial qualifying that would be recognized as far as the thing that we do but we have less limitations on state in competitive processes. So if there are additional areas that need to be added spatially, the precinct or additional controls we have for that precinct, we would have the power to address them. Out of scope. There will be an opportunity to put a dialogue around that, and we'll be added that. And probably Mr. Things, feel that there must be because of the familiarity with the spatial elements of the area. We get to spatially that they really get quite early. You know,
If I could add some finding question,
yeah.
It's not about going to go and those sorts of things. Am I able to just give a confirmation of what our second time to start this today?
So on my sheet, and I think the question is only if you have 2 hours. Now, we really have a break in doing that, which I think yes, we are on plan to do, and happy to do that. So the plan was that you would start at 10 now and have 2 hours.
Right, okay. Thanks.
But we have quite a few questions too. So should we break 15 minutes before have a, is that what
Yeah.
So, what we're doing really, hopefully the ones, the first, Mahina-a-rangi, you were at the point of seeing the spike alignment, I think you passed off, like a discussion before the room. Now we now at, they were points or else I was not getting there.
We just had three very quick matters to put in front of you, not to go into, and we can provide on that some more.
So the first matter is around infrastructure, and the proposal of a qualifying matter for infrastructure, noting that having infrastructure provided before development happens is critical to of Parliament. And our concern that the long-term planning process is too slow to provide that infrastructure. The second matter is around character and community values, noting that cultural values are part of community values, and the undermining protection of cultural values through the changing wording, for example, from maintain or practicable enhance to wording such as in a manner that with regard to or encouraging. And then the third matter is around the postal qualifying matter precinct and acknowledging that there's a significant process that's happening on there already through the property, and that the narrow spatial area of the proposed precinct doesn't acknowledge the changing environment and encouraging development in that area of any property.
So we will now turn to one of the other significant matters, the priority that we find that's scheduling in the plan. You'll note there is so much evidence and material in relation to this 127-year issue. We are pretty distinct in our original submission, and I think first it just has to be said, and it's a theme throughout this matter, it is so challenging to continually find the resource to tell the same story and to counter changing evidence from parties over time. And so where we have the inability to provide in-depth evidence, that's never the consequence of a lack of desire to engage in the issues. It's just the reality of a lack of resource. And you will be aware that these matters are before the Environment Court. We have literally zero resource to participate in that process. You know, we've been funded thankfully by the Environmental Legal Assistance Fund to have some participation. And the nature of this is that's the bottom line, and so all our energy and time has been as much as we can invested into that process. I felt like what might be helpful for the panel is to identify the material and evidence that is before this panel from different parties, noting that the council's proposed scheduling of the site rests very heavily on the Waitangi Tribunal report on Ātiawa, and to do my best to tie those various threads of evidence before the panel together, particularly where they respond to one another or in contradicting one another. And so I'm going to canvass our submission. I'm going to identify some particularly important aspects of the Whakarongotai Waitangi Tribunal report and some of the resources referenced and provided to the panel, including certain workings of the government report, various archaeological assessments that were also before the tribunal, and naturally I'll provide a response to some of the things the Waikanae company has put on the table. Because it is foundational to Council's proposal to schedule this site, I'm first going to respond to this idea that somehow the tribunal report shouldn't be relied upon. And excuse me, that I know that much of this is obvious to many of the people here, but it needs to be said. The Waitangi Tribunal is a commission of inquiry. Its functions are inquisitorial, not adversarial. It conducts its own independent research on matters, rather than simply rely on information and evidence provided by parties. And so notably in the case of Ātiawa, there was independent research that was done which assists the panel over a period of months and months of inquisition to then write their report. Also, just to respond to the idea that the Crown has made concessions that are being somehow prejudicing this process. Again, I think most people will be aware that the Crown will not make concessions in a tribunal setting without being very well satisfied also by their own examination of evidence. And so we would argue that those concessions made by the Crown have significant weight. And what a lot of this comes down to is the nature of the evidence that Ātiawa has put forward, being cultural and historical evidence, has not to date been counted, has not been discredited by any information or evidence that the Waikanae company has put on the table. All of that being said, in spite of the land company's claim that they have not been able to put their case, the tribunal did in fact look at all the evidence that the Waikanae company had up until the date of the tribunal hearing put on the table. The tribunal has looked at the original submissions put forward by Mr. Rowe in the lifting of the designation. They have looked at multiple archaeological assessments by the company's own archaeologists at the time, A.R.T. And then they look at an independent researcher's analysis of that evidence. And so just to restate, just to restate what the tribunal said upon that analysis, quote, in our view, the traditional, historical, and archaeological evidence is clear that this block was an empire. We have no doubts on that point. So, respectfully again, we don't feel we should need to litigate this question of whether this is an empire. Forcing us to relitigate this, in fact, from our perspective, is a tactic, the deliberate tactic to engage a whole lot more resource and time within a much shorter period of time in a forum that has a lot of resource at its disposal and a time-sensitive process to relitigate something that has been decided. The mature conversation that we would hope to be having was, given that development has already occurred in the 20-acre block, and the need to not inflict any more damage on the people of Ātiawa, whether their tangata whenua, whose ancestors are buried there, or whether their future residents who will find themselves living on a burial ground, how do we manage that reality? Instead, we've been distracted and drawn into this, I have to say, rather nonsensical debate about whether an area that's a site of a battle of national significance a traditional Māori burial ground, and in its later stages of use, a cemetery for the settler community, whether that's somehow not a burial ground or Whakatau. And again, with the greatest respect to this hearing, I have to say, I believe it is beneath all of us to have to participate in this particular debate. But here we are. I want to start looking at the evidence by listing the name of Ōtaki, who alongside our uncle Paul Raukawa, deceased not long ago, filed this claim together so that there is an understanding of the different families and Hapū who put this claim upon experiencing the degradation of our people. They were Te Āti, Peter Edwin, Shirley Edwin, Hui Ropata, Te Hunu Ropata, Linda Taiaki, Ake Taiaki, Charlotte Solomon, Maui Komari, Vicky Barrett, Eda Vikihana, Jean Andrews, Tom Ātiawa, Paul Ātiawa, George Jenkins, Hideki Jenkins, Mere Parata, Te Piri Parata, Ani Parata, Hauia Tahini, Tui Tahini, Luke Love, Nora Phillip, Josephine Love, Julia Dobson, Haora Ropata, Puti Puti Ropata, Waiku Hori Cook, Barry Cook, Hui Lake, Hooker Graham, Manahi Baker, Maria Grace, and Grace. So those whāmatua got together to file the claim for Hāreere Uruka, and you'll appreciate what it would have taken to have a large collective of elders enter themselves into the legal process to put right the wrongs that happened in relation to Hāreere. Just to set the scene, I want to go back to the Hāreere report, the tribunal report, and just reframe what this area of land is. The report talks about three sites, Waitatanga, Waimea, and Hāreere, located closely together in an area at the confluence of the Waimea and Ngāti Harawai. In 1839, the historically important Battle of Waitatanga occurred in the Waikanae district, ending a period of conflict, a long-standing period of conflict between Te Ātiawa and Ngāti Raukawa. Many of those who died were buried on land at the eastern confluence of the Waikanae and Mahina-a-rangi rivers. And all of the people here from Te Ātiawa, Ngāti Tō, Ngāti Raukawa would all have ancestors who were at this battle. And so now to pick up with what the response to this evidence has been. Much has been made in the past in evidence of the Waikanae company that we cannot be exactly sure where Hāreere is. The consistent narrative of Te Ātiawa is that there were a group of kainga located closely together, and after this battle happened, when these pa were effectively sacked, and the battle ended up being quite extensive, people died in battle and fell. So that area was abandoned and became Mahina-a-rangi. In evidence brought to the tribunal in our own CIA, kaumātua, various kaumātua spoke about the knowledge as children of the area having and more broadly being Wāhitaki, and there was tikanga to follow and not to enter that area. We were to run very quickly past it, and that's consistent across many members of our union. From a period between 1896 to 1919, our two women went to the Native Land Court to set apart a 20-acre piece of land. And the reason why there were multiple attempts was, in short, the survey was not carried out on the first order. The second order that was made, they didn't read the minutes of the last judge's hearing. So there's a period of time where, after multiple attempts, In 1919, this gentleman's grandfather, Mahina-a-rangi, stepped out the boundary of the final block that was consecrated as Raukawa. And so this attempt at confusion from the Waikanae company to say it wasn't clear what block it was, the most generous way I could respond to that is just to say, well, it wasn't surveyed until 1919, and again, Susan Woodward's report goes into detail around there was a surveyor that needed to be paid and whatnot, but in 1919, that is where the boundary was stepped out upon the knowledge of what the Ōtaki was. For a moment, this might be the right time to address what I'd say is a small matter around the Wahanga 1 and Wahanga 2 boundaries. And we picked up there may have been an oversight where we put in our submission, yes, we want the Wahanga 1 boundary to be shifted to be consistent with the map that we've referred to in our submission. What we simply haven't added to that is naturally, given it's the boundary is a straight line, that would then also shift the boundary of the Wahanga 2 section to be in alignment with that. Is that clear, Andrew? Yeah. So I'll just put that matter on the table and hope that makes sense. Did you want us to go into that now?
I think it's more
So now on this issue around the certainty of the site, looking at the existing schedule of sites, the real expert on this point is in our audience, but I think I'm correct in saying that most of the scheduled sites in the district plan do not have distinct boundaries. For example, saying this polygon, this squiggly line, that is precisely that farm, precisely that plan. Those polygons that exist in the schedule are indicative. So Kāriwariwa is somewhat set aside in that we can actually align it to a very distinct, clear boundary. The same principle applies with those other sites and saying naturally an area adjacent to it, and as is consistent with our history that in fact the whole area was a battle site, adjacent to it is likely something. So the way that has worked in practice with these scheduled sites that have already been in the district plan is where there's a consent that's next to a Wahanga, whatever it might be, that will likely trigger a conversation with that landowner or developer and precipitate whatever necessary policies are in there around discovery. There would be examples where that influence the development on the basis of not being inside the program, but just adjacent to it. So, coming to the period of time, the site has been scheduled. It's appearing in the Waikanae town scheme. Perhaps now would be a good time to pick up that presentation. So in 1969, the land was sold by the Māori trustee, unbeknown to much of the area, sold to the Waikanae Land Company. Here is a sentence of It's also important, I feel, to go into the tribunal report, which sets out how this happened. The tribunal reports on a meeting in 1968 to vote on a resolution to sell the block to a development company, having been advised by the lawyer present that this was not the Ōtaki block. The owners voted to vest the land in the Māori trustee. Only 14 of the 77 owners were present in person or by proxy. And the tribunal then issues findings that the statutory regime that allowed a small minority of owners to sell the land without their knowledge or consent was a breach of the treaty. That at the time, the Māori Affairs legislation authorised a very low quorum for meetings and just provided for the trustee, the Māori trustee, to act as the agent to execute the deed. The Waikanae land have been applied to the Whakatau County Council for a district plan change under the Town Country Planning Act 1993 in order to remove this Māori cemetery designation and develop the land for housing. And so this is where the Crown made concessions. They conceded that they, as the Crown, didn't adequately investigate whether the block was a new car. When they became aware of the application, they conceded they failed to file an objection with the council intervened, which led to the desecration of the car and the breach of facility. So, in 1970, the Whakatau County Council decided to revoke the cemetery designation despite objections from tribal leaders. We could just go to the next slide. So this is the submission from Ātiawa, and you can see what she says here. I think that this Ōtaki is the resting place of many persons connected with the early history of Waikanae. There were 3 other submissions that were received 3 days late, and so were not formally accepted in the process of decision making. The paternity affecting that the land was the burial place of my tribal ancestors. Johnson, Te Puni, Tamati Thomas filed an objection saying, my ancestors fought, died, and are buried in the cemetery in Tuffy Brown. And Gillian Simmons also objected, stating that the land was Hapū and she had ancestors and relatives buried in this Māori cemetery. So I have this Whakatau here next to me. Its name is Tiawa, and I thought it was appropriate just to honour and to recognise the many, many people many people. Who have done this with very poor means to fight what's happening and to fight for Te Ao to be in a state of enlightenment and to honour and recognise the truth. Conversely to that, the case of the Waikanae Land Company, as we are to read it, is that the land was set out for supposed future use as a cemetery. We suggest this is an untenable position in the face of 127 years of us and our parents and our grandparents and our great-grandparents. In fact, we're now at the 8th generation repeatedly telling the story of what this land is and what took place there. We are somehow to accept that we are wrong, or I hope not being dishonest, that this is not a cemetery. This is where the narrative that we hear from the Waikanae and from our perspective becomes nonsensical. Because additionally, coincidentally, there have been human remains and headstones. So we just find it incomprehensible that there is a suggestion that somehow this is not a cemetery. The way in which the tribunal got to that point, with the greatest degree of independence, would be from Susie Woodley's local government report. It's quite important, I feel, to quote her. She says, the minutes do not state that the partition was to be used in the future for a cemetery. The minutes state that the area was to be set apart for a cemetery, or in the 1905 minutes, reserved or cut out for a certain period of time. And she also notes the presence of 2 headstones on the land was discounted by the Land Company. An image of those taken by the Land Company's archaeologists. the report says, indeed, it seems that the director for the Waikanae Land Company did not consider that an urupa on the land was sufficient to prevent its development, suggesting that it was preferable for it to be developed than to stay in its current state. He claimed that it was in the interest of good town planning for the land, be it an urupa or not, to be developed. Oh, sorry, this is another headstone that was found in more recent times, which has been moved throughout the Whakatau. So this would be the minute of the submission by Mr. Rowe, way back when, in 1970. To the council on this decision of the condemnation, and I've highlighted 3 notes here. Sure. In his presentation, he says, there is nothing visible apart from 2 headstones to indicate any historical significance. I mean, that was the sentence alone, it's difficult to know what to make of that. The piece of land in question is essential to allow the company's plans for developing adjacent lands to proceed. So I believe, as a planner myself, that's some important information around that assent. And as we go back to look at where this is positioned, effectively, as I read this, it's saying if we can't get this urupa developed, it's going to be very difficult to develop the remainder of the land in the area. That's how I take it. The piece of land in question is essential to allow the company's plans for developing adjacent lands to proceed. And then the last highlighted comment he said, or perhaps I should just read it from the beginning. Finally, he stated that the company's submissions do not turn on whether or not this is a traditional burial ground. Although it is not correct to say there is such at this point of time on the basis of any records, not even if it could be so established, the company claims that leaving it as a 20-acre block in its present state would not be an appropriate way of dealing with the land. And this is critical from my perspective, and that it is essentially saying it's of no consequence to the Waikanae Land Company if it's in or not. So this is really said quite clearly. There's not a genuine interest in somehow trying to determine if it is or isn't, even though it clearly is. There is just the intent to develop it, because there is a belief that that's a good thing. And so I think you can see when the tribunal sees the evidence as well, which they did, it makes it very clear to them as well what the intent has been, and the freedom to ignore things like a headstone and somehow trying to rationalise it's not an income. So to come back to what the tribunal itself said on those matters, the council reached this decision on lifting the designation partly because the information provided at the committee hearing was incorrect or ill-informed. That includes the failure to uncover historical evidence about the urupa, this belief that the land being set aside for future use that was put by the land company and not actually supported by what was in the minute. There was a mistaken belief as well. You see the minutes that the owners had unanimously sold it. It was only a minority on the knowledge that it was not in the urupa block. They've made some important points, I think, for the purpose of the panel too, and that the council was influenced by the good town planning principles in the town and council planning. And the tribunal found that the act was inconsistent with true principles. It was monocultural. It took no account of money-owned interests. And accordingly, in Hapū statutory role, no consultation, decision-making, and district planning processes. The Burials and Cremations Act gave little or no protection to motor burial grounds and didn't protect part of the. But the decision is a function of the statutory framework that at the outset basically no value in knowledge and perspectives. We would go so far as to say we believe that the cemetery designation was lifted on a deceptive basis in the face of clear scientific knowledge from various objectives, independent historical accounts of battles, of headstones. There was no evidence to suggest it wasn't a cemetery, but the designation was lifted in. And so, in 1970, the development of a good part of the empire occurred. The destruction of some human remains through the use of a dredge. And the tribunal report notes about 350,000 cubic meters of dredged material. And if you wouldn't mind us going back to the first slide, we'll go back to just the image of the building. Dredged material from the adjacent wetland was dumped on top of it, followed by further modification and construction of streets and houses on more than half of the empire block. This was very serious for the country, especially for those whose ancestors were buried there. We're also led to believe by the Waikanae Land Company's evidence that that no excavations happened in the area that disturbed burials. But again, in the company's own archaeological reports by A.R.T in 2012, which was part of the tribunal's, so a 1992 report by Wellington Regional Council stated that during the work in 1970 to 71 to create the Mahina-a-rangi lagoons, nearby several gravestones made of Sydney sandstone were discovered. They marked the burial place of, among others, a whaler named William Brown and the little daughter of Rangatira. Until recently, large black bushes had grown over the headstones, all but obscuring the remnant of a large burial ground which once covered many 20 acres. However, many of the headstones have been restored and are now visible by the Waikanae lagoon. So this would be another example of the company's own evidence contradicting what they now said. This next point is particularly difficult to speak to, but it is very important to think through what it would mean to excavate as a start and then to dredge material that contain poison and potentially, in some cases, coffins, and put that into a dredge and the fine grain of the material that then comes out of the dredge and is applied to the surface. Aside from thinking about what it was like for some of our whānautia to see and know that human remains of their ancestors being treated in this manner, the critical point for the purpose of the panel's consideration is when the Waikanae Land Company starts to focus on radar surveys that indicate bone fragment, solid intact bone fragment, and full burials, in light of the knowledge that human remains have been damaged in that manner that would not be detected by a radar survey, it's very important to keep in mind that that evidence about intact burials is inconsequential in determining where the empire is. So to put in simple terms, if you ground something up, you're not going to detect it in a radar survey. And it only furthers our knowledge that that whole area is covered because of the way it's been treated, desecrated, and managed. And so there's people here that lived here and had to experience the knowledge of that. I also want to go back to Waikanae Land Company evidence again. Mr. Rowe insists that because he attended the site every month, if there was a discovery of remains, would have been contacted. Trying to put aside that it doesn't seem to be of too much significance to him. Fast forwarding for a moment to the 2000 discoveries, which you have information on, of 11 individuals. In that case, it was not Mr. Rowe who contacted the officials. It was not the Whakarongotai company. It was not his contractors. It was a young Māori digger driver who contacted his grandfather when he struck his skull. And they contacted our people. So you have to understand why we do not accept actually that Mr. Rowe is a reliable person. In fact, it's been shown that he has not shown that responsibility when these discoveries have occurred on this land. And so these further attempts to develop the remaining land from 1999 to 2000, as I've just said, resulted in the discovery of 11 individuals. By the time we get into the 2000s, things were a little better on the part of the Crown and the Whakarongotai. We happened to have a relationship with the local archaeologists, and so there was a bit of information documented at the time of the discovery. If it's okay, I'm going to pass the microphone to the person that attended the site, who can talk about what he's seen, how that's impacted him, and what that means for us as a community.
Te kamupene Waikanae whenua. Ei runga no atu au. Ei raroa wa koutou. He kai a te ku. E ki e ki. E ki e ki. Kamarere te tātahe o taku waha. He tapura nei koe, he tapura nei koe, mā koe kai tōru poko. E ki e ki, e ki e ki. Those are untranslatable. I'm just going to stand up here. I've been struggling to listen to the kōrero all morning. I make no apologies for being a little bit late. This is what we have to do, organise to get here. So with that, I was teaching te reo classes at Whakarongotai as a teacher in the Māori medium for over 27 years. As part of the revitalisation of our language and our culture, we set up wānanga and we got a phone call. I got a phone call from Uncle Morphy. I'd just like to acknowledge all those names that were mentioned. That's the hard part for us to hear. Those are the beautiful memories we had with those people. So with that, I have a sense of obligation and responsibility to defend our wāhi tapu e kā rewa rewa. I think Uncle Alphen was alive there. We were all at class. They were getting ready to meet to do the karakia the next day. Uncle Morphy rung up and said, boy, go down the street, go to do a karakia now. So we went down. Auntie Waikuho, who's no longer here now. Their tongue, when she did the karanga, I can still feel it now. The hotu. The emotion. And then to actually stand at the line, to see the trinkets, the skulls, the bones. I stood there and I said, there's got to be something wrong with this. When does this stop, honest? When? When you've got all the money in the world? Well, we're talking mana. So, we're here today to support my niece and our whānau and our iwi to put an end to this ridiculous conversation. You carry on, go hard. I'll challenge you. But we would prefer that it stops now. And you're all sitting there looking at me in my eyes, between my eyeballs. Good. That's how I wanted to see it. Talk, kano hiki te kano, face to face. Ka pai, I'm not going to go relitigate anything. You've got all the history there. We stood there and looked at those things and just couldn't believe it. That if it wasn't for one of my uncle's nephews or mokos ringing them up, we would never have heard about it, perhaps, potentially. So think about that. But yeah, Ātiawa ki Whakarongotai, we're over the discussion, the conversation. Absolutely. The karakia that were laid on those koiwi were karakia that were brought down by our ancestors from Tainui. And if you're talking Tainui, then you're talking Tahiti, brought all the way over on our Whakatainui. That shows you the importance and the knowledge that has been transferred and passed down through our whānau and our iwi to this day. That kārewa that was signed is what Rangatira is to Ngāti Raukawa. What Kapiti Island is to Ngāti Tonga. That's the convergence of all the tribes of Kapia down to Taranaki and the whanaungatanga that is very enduring. And if this nonsense carries on, you'll see the enduring relationship of te kotahitanga ki te Tonga. You can bet on that. Absolutely. So we're here today to give you my experience. So that's my experience there. Tatanio po te ao te po. When do we stop crying for our land and our old people that you've just collected up and sprayed over the surface of those blocks? You horrible, horrible people. Anyway, that's not for me to make a call. That's for you people to make the call. So I'm here to tell you now, I'm still emotional. You can see it. I don't hide my emotion. I wear it on the sleeve. When they te aroha, te herring o te te aroha. That's the word aroha. So that was my experience all those years ago, and it hasn't left me since. And that whole take caused a big issue in our iwi that some of that mamai or hurt felt to this day. So I want you all to think about that. I want you to think about we're here. We tell our kids we're not going anywhere. But our relationship to this whenua and this land has been cut off for whatever reasons. You can work that out yourself. But where that whenua is our whenua. That's all there is to it. And can you stop doing what you've been doing for 127 years? And let's mature this relationship, like my niece had said, so we can engage properly without the nonsense that I've been hearing here this morning. And with respect to our commissioners, I know you're in a position there, but yeah, I didn't want to I'm going to tell you how I feel. So that's how I feel about that whole situation. And very upsetting even to this time now. Those names of those people that were listed, I couldn't help myself. Those are the ones that have fought for this whenua. And you can take it as read my submission, the affidavit I gave in terms of the historical importance of that whenua down in Kārewa, the name itself. And with that, I've got no more to say. I don't know, questions or whatever. Kei a koutou.
Mo ngā kaumātua e kōrerotu nei e kūkoi. I kaua wā. I te kahatunu nā tau i te whai haere wara te tikanga. I te kahatunu nā tau i te mau I ngā whakapapa I ngā tikangi whakarere mai rātau. Wena tāku tino haere nei, rongo haere nei. Kā tika tapahi. Wena tā haru e kore mai nei. O te takahi tanga. Wera tikanga, wera mahi, wera whakaro ngā kore rokato e rongoa tēnei a haru. I tohaina ki waho. I te pākea ni ki te rāhau. Engari ke te mau kāratonu I roto I ako I tēnei wā. Nārera wātu mo te ware. Nārera wātu mo te whiu ki tā raha.
Anu nei he tā whāwhau ko ritua ki raha. Kāre he whakaro. Kāre he kōrero ki a mātou. Ko mātou katoa nei nei tangata I tiputahi nei tohe nei amu nei nawe. Kāre tunu whai wāhi ki te whakapute nā nawe. Kai roto kai wainga nui tēnei momo hui. Me taku kore hia ki te whakapārea o ku kare ano taku whira. Rangi na te kōti kē kia mārama te katoa. Engari koina tikataha kōrero te rangatira. Kei te kawe mātou I ngā tohe me ngā nawe nā rātau kē I waihoake. Kei rungo I o mātou poko whiwhi. Kei te ngau tonu, te mamai o ngā tau whare ngā ngākau. Tēnā koe te rangatira. Tino pai te whakawhānia ki te holopaki.
I guess to try and summarise that point, the distraction of the power, the disturbance and the treatment of those people in the power, as Hapū said, it's set and trained into generational trauma. As our people grapple not just with the physical damage done to their ancestors, but with the reality that we and our ancestors have not been afforded the respect and reverence for our dead that others in this land are. And so the cultural effects are of the highest order of severity, but they are beyond personal to us as individuals. They are effects on us as Māori, on what it means or what it might not mean when you're Māori. We feel diminished and dehumanized as a result of these actions. And so we're standing with those previous generations to say that our relationship to our iwi and our ancestors warrants protection, and the development of kāore o iwi must stop. I also do want to come back to the points in our submission around the various non-Māori residents who, through no fault of their own, have found themselves in the unfortunate circumstance of living on top of a cemetery. And some of them only used the contact with our youth for support when they've encountered a skull and trying to put a garage in, or encountered something in their backyard, and feel deeply aggrieved that they've purchased the property with this history, and that the council's planning has not done anything to avoid that situation. I could say most recently, as the one-day hearing we had on legal matters of the Environment Court case, I was driving home and I got a phone call that a Pākehā resident neighbouring to the vacated properties contacted us because I believe what they saw was excuse me, because this isn't my strong suit, but some form of tractor driving a grass cutter. And their fear was that something was happening, and so they contacted us. And that's the nature of the relationship we have with some of those residents who fully recognise what's happened and support us in our work to try and bring a better approach to management of these sites. With regards to the current proposals to develop housing in those remaining vacant from development lots, I also I feel it's important to repeat the analogy I've used. What's proposed in my mind, the rationale in trying to explain this to Ātiawa. If someone was to propose doing an old background, like let's say Gallipoli or I have Tupuna and Passchendaele, and digging around in an attempt to find a small area that wouldn't have impact community, knowing people had fallen there, knowing their remains might have been damaged, or knowing my actually come from a that's really the approach that's being proposed by the Waikanae company. Let's just go in and we know things have happened and dig around and see what we might come up with. If it's acceptable to the panel, I thought this might be trying to think about now having laid out that history and the proposal for the scheduled site and knowing the judgment that came down on Thursday with regards to this matter being ultra vires, there is what would be the word? I guess as you might expect from the Waikanae company, some things that are not quite factual in what they've said on this matter. I'm first going to reference the Tonga Paul Thomas's report, who says, why? And just for our own farmers' knowledge, we've talked about some of the legal arguments that are happening around what it means to put this wahanga-tahi schedule onto the path. So the planner says, wahanga-tahi provision to prevent any activity in new buildings. And the contrast to other layers that are being proposed as qualifying matters, that he says aren't saying development should or shouldn't happen, but more how it should occur. Now, that characterization is totally incorrect. The current scheduled site has wahanga-tahi sites that have been developed without input. And so this whole argument that somehow by giving it wahanga-tahi status means you can't do development, and therefore that is not consistent with the intent of the qualifying matters being you can essentially turn down intensification to a baseline. That is not what actually wahanga-tahi provides for. Obviously, it's very restrictive. Obviously, it's not an easy pathway to consenting, but it's just factually not correct that it doesn't provide for a consent activity. And we have an example of that in Waikanae of a wahanga-tahi site. So, again, fully recognising I'm not a lawyer or an expert in this particular part of planning, obviously we are hoping that finding, we can do something about that finding. We obviously believe that Hapū or Ōtaki could be scheduled as we propose. Depending on where things get, I've wrapped my brain around what the other options are for the panel. I just wanted to make the observation, it would just make no sense whatsoever to me to have a Marae-Takiwa precinct that does something to limit intensification, and meanwhile leave an Ōtaki, a cemetery, unprotected. And so I'm asking the panel without much knowledge or good ideas on this, what are the other mechanisms that might be used in order to provide some way of protection to this site. Recognising we do not agree with the Ōtaki finding, and we think it's been, can I say that finding, I would hope this was an accident. My immediate thought with that finding is what on earth does that mean for the rest of the country? The precedent that sets in terms of how to apply these qualifying matters. That hearing was done in isolation from considering all the other qualifying matters, in isolation from all the other contexts in which these things would be applied. And with respect to the judge, without the knowledge, I believe, that these wahanga tahu layers do actually provide for development, strictly speaking. So perhaps I'll just leave that as a question for the panel, or something I would hope that there might be some clever ideas around how to deal with that. The last matters of evidence I want to deal with now are the heritage and archaeology side of things. So coming to the finding in the Ātiawa report, it references that actually back in 2001, following the discovery of 11 individuals, Heritage New Zealand Kohiri Coroner noted at that time that the area proposed for development is part of a known Māori cemetery. So that's been reproduced since 2001. I want to speak to the archaeology, the planning evidence that the Waikanae Land Company has put on the table. Again, back to Paul Thomas's report. He goes on from how he interpreted this ultra-virus matter. He goes on to then comment on how the cultural values of the area are to be acknowledged. However, in his commentary, he essentially suggests that the archaeological evidence should determine the way that cultural values are recognised and acknowledged. And he says, quote, "It is also important that where there is evidence of koiwi, those remains are left undisturbed and protected. The archaeological evidence is that this requires protection along a relatively small part of the land." And he also says, "The archaeological evidence confines the area that justifies protection just to the undeveloped northern part of the area." So this firstly discounts the historical accounts that materials were disturbed and processed were dredged. But he's somehow inferring that or implying that the archaeology is required to validate cultural or historical values, which it is not. I'm sure as a panel knows, cultural and archaeological values are two entirely different sets of values. Obviously, they may be connected. They may both speak to the same history, but cultural values do not require validation by an archaeological report. And so by making this assumption, he effectively just jumps right over what the cultural evidence actually says. And that those cultural values, as we've articulated for decades, remain despite what archaeological evidence cannot find. The Waikanae Land Company has never presented any cultural evidence, and certainly none that discredits our cultural evidence. And so let's look at the archaeological evidence that the company has now put to this hearing panel. Mr. Kerr. And he says no persuasive evidence to suggest any archaeological evidence exists. We then have a statement which, for someone who reads archaeological assessments probably once every 2 months, I think the most remarkable statement I've seen in an archaeological assessment. A cultural values assessment is a document that allows Mahina to give expression to the cultural values pertaining to an area proposed for development, but it remains the province of archaeology to reflect that expression in an assessment of the archaeological values. Now that is entirely incorrect to suggest that it's the province of archaeology to validate cultural values. We do not need archaeology to prove history or prove archaeological values. And I shouldn't have to do this, but given where we are and how how things have happened, I'd just like to go to might be the second to last slide. So we'd like to draw the effect of the panel, something that they already know. The New Zealand Heritage Program of Tonga Guide to the Management of Historic Heritage District Plans, April 2022. So this is the advice that Heritage New Zealand publishes in relation to how to schedule site and district plans. It sets out that there are three components of a district's heritage, and it separates these into sites and areas of significance to Māori, historic heritage and heritage areas, and archaeological sites. It uses these components are interrelated, sometimes reflecting layers of settlement. The three schedules can be included separately or combined as long as the covenants and the rules that apply to each entry are clear. And on the right, there is the scheduling sites and areas of significance to Māori. That's the sites and areas of significance to Māori, including Rowe, ancestral landscapes, empire, economy, sites, and so on. They are best suited by local authorities and area healthcare working in partnership. These management plans may provide a foundation for this money. The scheduling process involves considering sites and areas of significance given on area healthcare and discussion of how such protection is best provided. While recognising that knowledge about some Māori sites and areas may be sensitive and exact locations will not be disclosed, in this case, will be disclosed out. Criteria for scheduling is often set out in the RPS. This should also be developed by a partnership with government councils and Hapū. Examples may include knowing Ōtaki, cultural, historical, university, historic importances, may include customer resources, amenity, and so on. So that's clear to us that the Kawana is very clear that there is no need to qualify cultural values in the scheduling of sites with archaeology. And on theme, given all of that, actually the evidence put to the tribunal, the Waikanae Company's own archaeologist Monique, in the 2016 application for an exploratory authority, which was also in front of the panel. I'd like to read out what the archaeologist had said back in 2016. The archaeologist is of the opinion that the archaeological values of the land are of far less significance than the cultural values. Apart from the koiwi, there are no archaeological sites or features on the current ground surface. There's the possibility of archaeological features on the very original ground surface. The archaeologist has been advised of the significance of the land in association to the Indian. However, it is not her place to comment on these values or grasp the level of significance. So the company's own archaeologists have been clear on this. Up until this point, curiously, they are no longer the archaeologists. That is quite curious for us. So, to reiterate, the tribunal, Heritage New Zealand, the company's own archaeologists, all understand that there is, and I guess our, could I say, anxiety is about the Waikanae Company rolling out this evidence, which is just not correct, which is not consistent with the framework that the Kawana prescribes for these processes. So, I think I'm ready to wrap it up and just making sure I've covered all bases and I'm appreciative of your patience. I guess the first thing I want to do is, even though it is painful, I think after 53 years of unpacking this excessive misrepresentation of fact and twisting of truth that's characteristic of the Waikanae Company and what the Council puts forward, I'm going to list it So here's a list of the things that have been said by the company and their council, which is not true. It was for a future cemetery, and in fact the minutes did not say that in the Memorandum court, that there was no certainty where it is. There has always been certainty where it is. That there are no archaeological values, or to accept for the headstones that are found and are in maps. We were told the authority had been granted something in 2000, they did not. We should be focusing on concentrated bone fragments and using surveys to identify those, which ignores what happened to the original area being developed. The tribunal process isn't clear the company's perspective. The tribunal has been provided with all the evidence of data that being put forward by the Waikanae company. The plan is saying there are no cultural values to be upheld, but has actually ignored our cultural values. The company's archaeologists suggesting that the archaeology validates or is there to validate what cultural values are said. That contradicts the process that New Zealand, Mahina-a-rangi Heritage New Zealand prescribes, and that curiously replaces the position that the previous archaeologists repeated over a good period of time in relation to the land. So you'll hear from that, we see the Waikanae Land Company's story has constantly changed. It has constantly misrepresented the truth. And coming back to what you heard Mr. Rowe say, that ultimately he thinks it's of no consequence that it's a cemetery. Because in his view, a mining cemetery is, quote, not an appropriate way of dealing with the land. The story of Ātiawa has remained constant and unchanging. Our story for 127 years has been this site is part of a battle landscape. The site contains deliberate burials, evidence and headstones, and sadly, eventually, the burials themselves. The site was surveyed with the assistance of Ngāti, son of Whakarongotai and grandson of the Hapū Waikanae, who was buried at Ātiawa. And so, on that note, I'm going to hand the microphone to Maurice, who is the grandson of Mahina-a-rangi.
Okay. Just a quick brief on some of the goings on down there. I can remember when the Waikanae Land Company first started the dredging. This is a little bit south of the river, near the river. They wanted to dredge that area, build a marina. They got so far and it didn't work. Because the sandbar kept shifting closer. But I can remember as a young fellow whitecoating in that area before any of this started. And I can remember Jack Andrews starting that dredge during the marina. In those times, we spent quite a bit of time on the river whitecoating. And we always knew there was a moving car there. Just a brief on that. It's recorded in Ārt's book, Covered Coast, about that moving car. It's recorded in that book. And also in earlier books, while Punahou was buried at Waikanae, they referred that Urupa as Waikanae in general. I just wanted to pass that on from what I read. That's all. Thank you.
Well, I was by saying, all human life is sacred, and all people are deserving of the basic decency that their remains are undisturbed. I happen to think a lot, in particular, about the female Rangatira chiefs buried in that area. The mother of Irimini Te Maro, the Rangatira Whahe Te Rowe o Te Rangi, who is renowned for swimming from Kapiti Island, with a baby on his back. Mai tupuna, me tāpiri Waikanae. These women embodied the term manawahine as Rangatira of their time, and their names so in ours. They were celebrated, at times greatly feared, and their views and actions were critical in determining the course of our collective history. As Hapū said, their mana resonates across generations today. We think about what would happen if Hapū hadn't made that swim across the channel that now bears her name. We think about, would Ātiawa have maintained a stronghold as mana whenua, were it not for the mana of the tāpiri Waikanae? We must not forget that the progeny of these women is also significant from a national perspective. There's no parata case without their mana. There's no Maui Pomari, Dr. Sir Maui Pomari, without his grandmother, Kahitira. These are the mothers of our sovereign nation of Te Ātiawa. And yet what has transpired at Whakarongotai sends a signal that it doesn't matter who you are or what you achieve or what you may represent to society as a whole. Because if you are Māori, you'll never be safe. Even in your time of what should be eternal rest, it has been acceptable that these women's and their babies' remains to be exhumed and integrated in ways that are difficult to think and speak about. And this isn't 100 years ago. It's maybe not 50 years ago. It might be now. In 2023, it can still be acceptable for developers to suggest they might assume the bodies of our ancestors. And we have to sit here with the knowledge that there's no guarantee this will prevent this from happening. That's the reality that we live with as Māori in this country. And I thought it was maybe fitting that my quote this week, because I can tell you it's so exhausting to tell this story over and over again. But I can also tell you that we will continue to tell it, and it will not change. You won't get a new planner or archaeologist when it's convenient to us. There has been Tāpiri, and we parata, and Mātanahira, and Mohorua, and Tūtiri, and Shannon, and Christine, and Manaia, and Ruben, and Ngātira, and Tūtiri Anō, and Pikirangi, and they will continue to come and tell this story. Do you have something else to say?
Sorry, just one more thing I forgot. That headstone you saw on there of George Ashdown is the tupuna of Happy Spires. Some of you councillors may know Happy. Thank you.
So, in turning this over to you, and on the one hand, this seems like such a bizarre case. But as the tribunal did, if you start to look at our history and the way that it had no regard for Māori values and knowledge, you come to understand that actually this is exactly what we could anticipate. So legacy being that we've inherited as croners and decision makers and lawyers, that we now have to grapple with the legacy of that miracle history. So our work is to do the best we can to undo some of that trauma and damage in history. And so, even though for over 100 years, the Kāwanatanga's systems and laws and decision-making forms like this have not listened to us or let us down, we have no choice but to do it to them. And with a great deal of humility asking for us. Ātiawa. Particularly make a card I runga I ngā whakaro o tātou tūpuna kua ki atu. Te korori atu ngā atua, te maunga ronga ki te whenua, te whakaro pai, ki ngā tāngata kātua.
Pretty powerful presentation. I think we just had 5 minutes with the break.
Claro que iba a tener guardado el poder de Mahana. Como Mahana que era el poder de Ātiawa y Whakatau. Kita hidup semua manusia yang mendengar ibu tahu betul apa. Ngari ya kue kalau jadi muda ini terumah itu nawa nama mai. Aku kalau dia nanti itu dia dia pene rawat terua. Jadi ini ngangare ngangare ya betul. Nanti kita semua kalau di orang bekerja ini sekarang, dari ilmu ngata hiai, ngata tua, dan terai cimatai, Fyfe ayo juga. Mengapa dikaya juga? Dari itu kita hitung tapi kalau siapa hapun itu Fyfe itu yang orang ramai tahu ini menjadi apa itu? Nak utuh ini Fyfe mau kaya wira nari kaya kui hingga wah ketua timur deperano ngakorero deperano Fyfe ya time tahu kutu tato kaki ini wah nak kunaro eki nanti ada di rohai ini nggak tangga ya tahu. when I know that we go, why you are going up, but I will not more in it. So what we thank him, the Kure Pama Yarata, the whole Tano, Unga Kore, Kore, Gene, Equal. Now, the man, he had the whole thing. It's a whole, that everything that exactly Mahina-a-rangi, which is a Torah, you buy the if I was in your good Hapū, they Tonga down. Maybe you wouldn't have the fire. The quarter nota. What is yeah. Ngāti kana. Ngāti kana. I whānau mai koutou katoa, tātou katoa, I roto, I Ngāti kana. Wahanga mori hai, yeah. I tahi wahanga te ao, para timi mōhio. Engari nei te roa, e waia te tēnei tātou te national anthem, te reo Māori me te ao Pākehā. E hia nei te reo, te haeretanga o te kapa o whango. E mo haere nei I te haka o Ngāti toa, I te ao. Te me nā e me tau hau, ui nei kōrero. Engari, kia noho kia piri tahi tuni tātai, āta he no pēr, ka kite, ke reke ura I nā. Ale I rā ruri no, tāta katoe, ki nā koutu kanti.
Just want to, I agree with Mahina-a-rangi's view that the tribunal's report is absolutely a significant piece of work. And I don't really want to engage in calendar days or things of that nature. So, but what I'm interested in is there was the discovery of European bones, and somehow people thought that was significant for showing it wasn't an autopile. But I don't know if that can be right, because in the interaction between Māori and Ātiawa, there would have been Ātiawa that was valuable to Māori in terms of passing Christianity or even living within the Ātiawa and so forth. So you would expect there to be Ātiawa in the at that time. Is that seem right?
That is right. So the two first stones we put up are William Brown and Penelope Kerr, the daughter of Major Kerr. The first important thing to say is that they drowned in that area, and so for whatever reason it was, I would assume from that, there was a decision to bury them at the pile close to that area. But all three, including the Ashdown that was up there, they were all either married to a Māori or had a Māori child, and so they all had relationships with Māori. And as you say, that was the nature of things at the time, to the extent that in fact, I want to point out the obvious, but we all could see from Hapū settlers. So we part of those Ara, George Stubbs was a gentleman that came over from Sydney. So that relationship was very much in place. But the time history is really resolved.
So when Mr. Hapū's grandfather marked out the area, wouldn't there have been potentially a mosaic of values that he was trying to identify to set aside an area of significance. Like there's the apple ground, there's other potential burials, there's a whole mosaic of cultural and spiritual influences. There may potentially have been around present and to think and an appropriate place for future burial. In other words, it isn't a binary, isn't just set aside for future or is it just the past, but actually are setting aside of an area that has great significance. Is that realistic or not?
Precisely. So I think that another question you have to ask is, with the knowledge of the scale of this battle and that it had a focal point at the site of the historic home that it referenced, and then it actually continued on for the Waikanae as a series of known sites and people felt. You have to ask, there must actually be a particular rationale that Mahina-a-rangi had to mark it out, knowing that more broadly there was a full area of battle, and that was the evidence through there's been other discoveries further outside the area. So there must have been a rationale to identify that particular area, and you would have to say it would be like in particular things, it would be knowing where it had fell. It would be where there were graves, and obviously there would have to be room for future burials if that was the intent in 1919. That being said, there may not have been an intent for future burials there. It might have just been to preserve the known area, but either way, and I think the part of our cultural understanding that aligns to us, when you have a burial ground, it's a consecrated ground. You don't build in the burial and start to do something else in that ground.
Yeah, so that's a good analogy. So, and to some extent, the supernote that define this area as appropriate to say that it develops its own manner.
That's right. Well, and I guess this is the Tonga side. It's very clear the Tonga has that layer of value, and there are there's a very clear distinction in what you can and cannot do in or outside of that site.
That makes sense to me. I read with interest this letter from A.R.T Whakatau in a hearing, and she talks about this learning from the wisdom of the elders. It's sort of is that the Ātiawa
It might be something that was attributed to Whakatau, Whakarongotai ngā kupu o ngā taumata, Whakahutu Āku hei whātiki Āhei. They listen to the words of the elders and clothe yourself in them so that you will bring them forward into the new year.
There's certain delicateness to that letter, almost the sort of polite thought.
It's interesting to think about Ātiawa, so there will be those here that knew where I'm sitting but not before my time. But he was the only person in the inquiry district to the final counsellor. It was actually her home that was taken, the front doors now. And I just try and imagine the things that happened to her and her children and her grandchildren and how trouble him were counted with fingers being wide off the post of the house as they were taken out. The things she must have witnessed and dealt with, and then had to rock up to the council meeting. And I guess maintain her credibility and the potential that she might be listened to. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me that she has a probably very delicate, deliberate approach with what she's put to those meetings.
So at that meeting, as I understand it, was it at the Whakarongotai Council or was it in the Waikanae company committee? It appears to be a subcommittee of the council.
Yeah, the way it was structured at the time is that it was first in the Waikanae town. And then taken to the Whakarongotai Council.
So, Ms. Hardy, people of Whakarongotai, so within.
Yeah, I don't know what the timing is on where she would have been living at what time, but she would have had to travel there, yeah.
In 1953, the town and country cabinet was enacted and that's that legislation that applied. And it struck me that the designation system was actually a tool that was used to identify areas of cultural value, as well as that. So mostly designations are used to identify land for future public use, but not exclusively. In fact, designations and model do apply across existing flood banks and so forth. But that sense in which a designation is looking to hold land doesn't seem to be understood that we actually contemplated these designations identify existing values. And so there seems to be a sense in which people have misunderstood that. Is that something that you've identified in your research or not really?
I mean, I've thought about what did those councils actually think? And I put up the minute of the submission for the finance director at the meeting because I wonder what does anyone make of being told? There's 2 headstones there, but it's 50 years. And there's certain points during the history of this story where I try to think as generously as I can. And I can't get around the fact that you can't hear that there are 2 headstones there, and at the same time believe it's a future use. You just can't accept that, and so it's not a happy thing. It's not something I enjoy saying, but I have to say there is a history of racism in local government decision making, and that's actually the only lens you can apply where things then start to make sense. So I appreciate there might have been a genuine misunderstanding in certain places that there was an intent for future use. But particularly at that meeting, where the Waikanae company themselves proffered up that information, it's just not, you can't rationalise that.
So, there's an example of that, you would say that the committee minute which says we can't be certain, would not be something that you would say about that. You would say, well, what's the uncertainty, and then not look for it.
Exactly, yeah.
One of the leaders, and I acknowledge that these sort of systems are very good and so forth, and I think they are a reality of our history. So, but there's a beautifully handwritten letter by Mrs. Parvati, who refers to a person called Kerr. Who is that?
Imagine
Mary, sorry. Beautiful handwriting, that's right.
Who was Monique? Monique is someone who gave information to one of the native land court hearings around who was being there, and I have to double check this, but referencing Ātiawa, which would be her mother being buried there. I can go back and double check all of us, but that's my recollection is that we were with that land court. The reference couple and others. Oh, and she was a secretary of the IHP.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, really? So now I turn the lens slightly back to your tikanga. Because when we all signed up to the 2022, none of us in meeting that we were involved with such a difficult historical matter. And it seems to me the exercise by the Crown of Whakatau has fallen to both of you. But the lens of the tribunal is intensely historical and very important. But it is looking through the lens of the breach by the Crown of the treaty. And its specific statutory obligation is not to make recommendations or decisions about private land. Here, we are talking about land that is private. Understand systemically it could never have happened, Maurice trustee has failed, but that's where we are. I put it to the lawyer of the council at the start of this hearing that sometimes when, and I don't put this in the same category, it's just accidental discovery, this is a really deeply historical place. But there is a way in which things are negotiated to deal with this. This place is a final listing place. This is established as non-negotiable. But how do we deal with this? How would you deal with this situation in terms of tikanga? Because in Ātiawa law, if someone comes to a problem as an innocent person, then you take account of that innocence, and this is recognised in the distinction between Mahina-a-rangi and Mahina-a-rangi. These other people who come here are completely, and they've all, some of them come and say we support the restrictions on the land. But you almost inevitably get into a situation where you treat the Waikanae land company as different because it was that agency and the removal of the original designation and so forth. But how do you deal with that in terms of Māori or Ātiawa? Help us in terms of how you think about it. I understand that, but it feels to us like we've been put in a position where the Crown was the agency that was first, that they had significant agency in this role. And you criticize the Waikanae and I understand that, but historically we have treated grievances between one of the people and the Crown like this. So I'd be interested in your perspective on that.
Well, I would actually suggest that we go back to and really maintain our focus on the role of the Crown and the Whakarongotai, including the Council, in discharging the responsibilities that they have been given by the Crown. And that primarily, that's what this decision around the proposed scheduling of the site is about. So absolutely the tribunal's report is around where the Crown has failed us with regards to upholding security. And it's said in simple terms that the Council has had multiple opportunities to make the decisions that have been compliant with security, and instead has made decisions that are not compliant or upholding. And there's a suite of them. And they look systemically also at the framework that has precipitated that. And so I think it's that scope we need to look at, and that what the Whakarongotai and the Council being a part of the governance of the Crown is now doing is proposing a step to set it aside knowing that this would bring that system into a measure of compliance. And we're keeping cognizant that this decision-making format here is not the decision around the consenting of the proposed development can happen. That is a separate decision-making process. This decision is around what is the role of the council with the knowledge that they have in front of them. And coming back to the use of these qualifying matters, it is, as you all know, a natural aspect of decision making that over time, new information appears. And the flood model is very obvious on lots of new information all the time. Or information that is not new but has finally been accepted as legitimate is on the table, and there's a responsibility on council to act upon that. Now, that decision, that there needs to be openness in terms of what the effects on parties like the landowners. But we can say, having gone through this exact process with those other sites, albeit we were not resourced at all to participate in that process, and we were in this very kind of bizarre predicament time where we were submitting on behalf of the developer. It's why I wanted to speak to the buyers later, because it's a false characterization that this is about proposing something that would prevent development. Strictly and technically speaking, that is incorrect. This decision is about the Ātiawa responding to an inquiry report finding that stops too short of directing into the account, but sets out this is the type of thing that should be done in order to appropriately uphold utility, not to mention just, may I say, our human values of decency around things like cemetery. So, I mean, I could try and answer that in terms of becoming Māori, but I don't really know if I need to, because I don't really think these matters are at their heart unique to us as Māori when it comes to things like cemeteries. If you'd like me to extend.
No, that's one. I mean, I agree with you that there is a sense, there's a common humanity around. I think I would like the opportunity to respond, and that is that other than those matters that part of this weekend, we just about to celebrate 200 years. And so we're very cognizant of the fact that we also need the responsibility for those traditional sites that have a unique relationship to people who occupied this region before. So we're very cognizant of the fact that we inherit that responsibility as one thing to maintain their expression of culture. It's a business, because it's part of the Tonga that our 50 are doing. An actual period in real time, I think is our Uncle Parliament. We follow the claim for Ātiawa, heading to attend to the company of Hapū. Uncle Parliament actually is broken. And then, of course, if we're talking about Scotland, we're quite clear. Regardless of whether they are on it or whether they are non-Māori. And that's just the continuation of the expression of our people. I think a co-market has been called because something's happening at a home that a park our residents occupy in that area we're talking. And we exercise our responsibility to comfort them, to support them, if we are having a collective. That's something that is happening in real time. I just simply want to acknowledge the question, because there's no way that we can exclude ourselves from or be choosy about who we might engage with in the community who reside in our audience. when we maintain the standard of Mamaki. So there's a real-time experiences that I'm aware of. I'm thinking about the young fellow discovered this one. And then we go to site and we exercise our responsibility to make it safe, to comfort him, you know, to ensure that he's okay when he finishes the day, go home, pick up down a bed tomorrow and come back to work. Knowing that Ātiawa Whakarongotai would be available to him in his family, that we needed to exercise together to comfort him. So those are real-time experiences that we accept to happen, that we respond to, that we react to. I think that's a helpful way of replying in terms of how we exercise. Those are the everyday real time to that help people the whole field of life for the community of this district. It's no surprise to us that there will be those opportunities that happen when we are exercising that responsibility. There's no way that we can not acknowledge and not respect things that happen within the dynamic of the home, that particularly adopted by Muslims, and we have the duty of caring for giving the people. We may want to Hapū something. Very not happy. One day, my cousin, we talked about prior to us being here in our Monique. And so a lot of these, like whatever it is, really fast. Our people knew we put out all of these parts away from the forces coming like that. You know, some of these occasions, like we talked about, why put our hope in the doing that here. And she's got some lovely documents to read as well. So who are pretty? His father was the very Gibb. Ngāti Ātiawa or Ngāti tiawa, and also the very Gibb was father to Gibb. Okay, and so on one such occasion, when they took in Ātiawa would be Whakarongotai, he was happy anyway. Mahina-a-rangi, so we talk about the baby and having people and our warriors being out on the expedition, coming home to find his children and the wife, kids, cuddle, home. We make the elevated goods placed up here on the high top where our warriors to come home. These are the reasons our people away from the home and Ātiawa, and all help those places of being safe of our memories. We don't think we go talking about 1 million people. Those scripts were killed, because we all looked, we were sitting all around the looking over. The other wife and I all from the river Maassen. The last settlement given to us by the government was Ātiawa, where I reside today. That was the Whakatau of Ātiawa and Ātiawa. It's the same on the other side of our ranch. For all of those hillocks here, so you tell me, whatever, Hapū, Hapū, Waikanae, brought up in the middle of the mother's hip, based on the fold up here. His cousins, his children. We look to our Whakarongotai to Ātiawa. The original people that stayed here. These are the things that are not written and recorded. The reasons that we, even our people knew they were happy, they didn't know why they put them. What was the actual facts of what happened? And a lot of flack. And then we talk about a lot of the Wāhi Whakaro. You're all the thing.
It's from the river mouth all the way in there, right up by your fellow golf course and all of those places. The last battle being in the 1840 something being Tonga. Wasn't it not? 1839 being the battle of Tonga. These mass graves all around, even behind the golf course and other places. And now people don't really talk about it because it's a mum. The common theme about where our people were killed, why Ātiawa, they moved away from them. Got up Alphen and Rowe. You know, they stayed north of Ōtaki River and we stayed down this way. And a lot of those grey zones in between, they were just long time. So those people of that time still remember the bodies lying there. Nobody could come and take them away. Nobody there, right down to the river. And I just thought when you talk about the tiawa on the history of the I thought I'd better put some light on that. But you know, the British used this way and something for no particular reason. Our people knew very well. Our great-grandparents and great-great-grandparents. That's why we're still here today. To put everybody wanted to.
You can see why there's maybe monument type to be a little bit of the kind of details of it, and the rest of the
Mr. Chair.
In relation to this historical, unusual situation, we have the oddity that there's a separate process, which was resolved in the decision of the court, and I have no real context with that, but you could just enlighten me. There's a case the Supreme Court called Ngāti, which was the Slyfield case, and a preliminary legal point was argued in the Māori court, which then fell away to the Supreme Court. And the comment was made by the Chief Justice Elias that, quoting Lord Scarman in England, that often what seems like a shortcut by a preliminary point is not. But the problem with arguments of that type is that they are devoid of context. And so you don't know who's making what assumptions, and there's not the typical evidential process of establishing facts. How did this arise as a preliminary legal point? Do you know, or I mean, how did it emerge in that way? Because is that because fundamentally the court's business was the question of this notation that it needed to deal with it as a preliminary question? Or
I think, I would think it's likely to be complained about things, but from my recollection, what has very much wrong. So with the application for consents and the appeal of the heritage decision to decline the apologies, then I think it was an environment court. It was found time later that this matter of October was introduced by the Waikanae company, that, as I understand it, it was consistent with what the the IRS process provided for. And we were definitely surprised that might be first considered as a technical legal matter, and effectively the same reasons you put. We would say that matter, there's also I'm not a lawyer, but the inconsistencies in the process around the ability to appeal decisions, that the decision on this virus decision has implications much more broadly than for this part of the proposed scheduling. All of the parties that you might expect to be in the room, but probably not in the room. Recently, I think the Minister for the Environment has an interest in this matter now, given the precedent that it's set. So I personally agree that it was introduced in the process of going to court in total isolation from what this process of introducing the NDR is about. And on this, as I've said in my submission, this false assumption that somehow the Wahanga party says no development can occur. I mean, even if that is to be true, my understanding in terms of applying the qualifying matter, and someone else can pull the gap of what the precise wording is, but in terms of section 6 matters, to the extent it's required to be consistent with the RMA and recognising the need to deliver on those particular matters, I see the spectrum in terms of allowing for the intensification as prescribed, and the spectrum comes down to whatever might be necessary to provide for that qualifying matter. Now, in the case of Ātiawa, if what is required is applying 100% schedule, well, then that's appropriate. So, this might not be fair to say, but I've set out in the submissions at every possible point we have to respond to another angle or another matter or another expert, and this is the part of the game the company has been playing for 53 years. So I consider it a really thought, but it just appears to me like this ultra-virus matter is incorrectly interpreting the tool that the council that is putting on the table, and where it sits in this spectrum of tools that have to be applied to be consistent with the executive game will succeed in this case.
I'm interested in the point about I guess part of this league is around the council to put a trivial obligation to the practically with the company specifically, but they do in the sense of scouting the function. But it strikes me that when you get to dealing with these sorts of matters, with this sort of district, tikanga, if we have to have a tikanga around those conversations, and to me, Ngāti Māori shows that preliminary legal points are often in a bad way in front of those issues, because they don't tend to be simple black and white issues, they tend to be complex. And I'm just interested whether tikanga was argued as a relevant sort of process in this project.
I don't know what was read on that day. Aside from the obvious tikanga matters on the value of the site, which we've gone over today, the tikanga in terms of the order of decision making and appropriate process, that wasn't really looked at. Other than, again, from my recollection, to say that what council puts on the table for this planning process that ultimately has to recognise and provide for Māori relationship to their ancestral sites. And it has to do that, but it has to be something on this planning page that responds to that. And we're not being a lawyer, but these other matters with what's required in terms of the EDRS and then applying qualifying methods. That all has to be consistent in part two. That's how my 101 planner brain, teaching my students, that's what I would say. That's exactly, that's actually the thing that the work makes it do.
Yeah.
Right.
That's probably a difficult question to answer, but I think it's even meaning that even if the court was, if there was a challenge to the Mahina-a-rangi, pretty different from the Mahina-a-rangi, that even they would, even for that, the court would say, this under this decision, will help the violate because it does restrict things to a degree that was greater than what was permitted under the plan. In other words, it's lower the baseline for those people as well. So anything that falls below a theoretical baseline becomes ultra vires.
You might have to actually clarify where things sit with the decision, because on the day, and Counsel and Fyfe could do this too. I thought on the day the baseline argument was to step back from. So recognising there are other examples of the qualifying matters approach, say for flooding, particularly talking about storm surge flood models, and it might be appropriate to apply a qualifying matter which does actually prevent further intensification or be less than the baseline, because it's not appropriate to be providing for developmental intensification and extent where it's predictable that that's going to be inundated within a set period of time. So there was evidence put on the table and that's been on the go. So I'm not clear that baseline argument landed. But
Just for clarification. What is the base? What was the baseline? Because
what I'm to understand is the argument was the qualifying matter can only limit development above the baseline of the existing status. So the qualifying matter can't be applied in a manner that then limits development below what is currently allowed. And this is where I come back to the point that just can't be good. You could not be sitting with knowledge on the table that there is a flood probability, and because that's only you need to now start limiting development in the site to ignore that.
just on that, the definition of medium density residential areas or MDRs is defined as the requirement, conditions, and permissions set out in the federal program. And 3A starts with, it doesn't start with, but it does incorporate under clause 6, a well-functioning living environment that enables all people and communities to provide for the social, economic, and cultural well-being and for the health and safety now and in the future. And I'm just wondering, was the debate focused on the Vulcan location and spatial standards as if that was the NDAs without reference to the features and policies and clause 6? I'm just interested in the feedback because I wasn't really.
If I don't think I could actually for that.
No.
That's completely honest. But from what I can recall, is that that argument was in isolation of how things seem to apply to community, and how this might be applied across the country, and it's been said by Mahina-a-rangi, the ambition is both national, what is council are all having to deal with now, and I would guess we cannot be the only in the whole of Ātiawa who are including qualifying matters that relate to cultural value. I mean, as I say, we've got others in our town with the related to our precinct. So, I feel there's been a great deal of tact to draw us into the deliberation here, because this is another time now, and we do need to just step back and say, there's just a need for a good planning framework that is indicative, and in the case of Hapū, it's actually prescriptive because of the accuracy we can provide, that says there is this level of value here, and therefore these policies provide. That's what this decision is about, but we know from these submissions the company is going to want to draw you into this re-litigation, whether it's in the time or not. That's actually not particularly the decision for this thing. No.
I have a couple of others on one back to one of them was at the time. I think that at the time in a traditional sense, that we used to have the public time before, and to a certain extent, it keeps being redefined. It's redefined even in this context, redefined by saying you can only develop public housing in certain areas, and that sort of stuff, and I think you'll make this loud and clear that you are, public housing isn't something that only applies in certain parts of your area. It ought to be wider than for. And one other part around public housing that we're going to deal with another similar sort of issue in Ātiawa at the moment. The public housing is just being introduced into the regional policy statement. It's kind of interesting in itself that something like public housing has been here for so long, and yet it's only just being introduced into regional policy statement around the country. But the traditional uptime that made was just really and incline and stuff like that. It's now morphed into including things like commercial activity, which is one of the initially I think the system bucketed. They were quite happy to have a uptime as long as it didn't include all these other things. And now we are talking about that. I just wonder whether Ātiawa, Whakarongotai, and even Ngāti or Raukawa had in their own minds, and I'm bearing in mind also the fact that we still have a teaching plan out there somewhere on the plan. But just the sorts of time I suppose is what I'm doing.
Yeah, I think it's a good question you're getting around, and I was maybe alluding to it when I was saying you might be people in more than 5 years of what the kind is. And I know people might not like me characterising our traditional climate and so, but they were economic hubs. It's not like the economies, the levels of society, income elsewhere, they were economic hubs. In the minority inquiry, analysis was done by Dr. Montoya, the ecologist, using environmental economics to try and quantify the value of the field fishery in the inquiry district. And with the help of some pretty fancy modelling, came up with the figure of the $700 billion tuna fishery. Now, we were dispossessed of that through things like the Drainage Act that permitted settlers that owned land together, that had a certain majority, they could use rates, charge rates to neighbours to drain all the wetlands. And that obviously, for obvious reasons, devastated our timber stock and our Ōtaki and flax trading. But it's been referenced a couple of times, our climate or our homes were self-sufficient very much, when traded obviously, but these were self-sufficient climate who undertook whatever economies of food and fibre they could. And so we kind of just have to break through this idea that somehow, I know I would love to live on a farm and eat from the land or whatever, but now in 2023, being sufficient and living our lives in a mild way, which is what the public money is about, freedom to live in a mild way, there shouldn't be limitations as to what, if it's commercial or self-sufficient. You know, we talk about Ōtaki if I can sort of touch with my own on. You're talking about one of the oldest city towns in the country. And so, of course, the Whakarongotai homes there are very much integrated as a part of the urban life. So, that's the intent behind not wanting to limit what it is to be Whakarongotai. If I can also speak for Ngāti who have retained commercial landholding interests around coastlines and where the council buildings are. You know, our whānau there, for better or worse, are right in the urban centre, the landowners, the developers themselves, and they have an aspiration that they want to have a marae, they want to have climate, and their climate might be apartment so that their moko can live in Whakarongotai and study down in Wellington. You know, that's the way that our people might want to live. Why would we suggest or put limitations on ourselves? So it's about the freedom to live in a mild way, whatever that looks like in 2022.
The other I just want to raise is when I raised the Ōtaki the other day, and then there's around saying that this is the place of conflict. It's almost like when you Māori with culture. You talk about culture stuff, it's a Māori thing. And sometimes that actually blurs the argument or the discourse, you know, with and all this is also premised on the siloing effect that exercise is like you said, you know. You don't look at it as one big hole. You put one bit of, you know, water over here, and then over here, you think of it all as one, you know. And so, and my packet, my packet is around whether the cultural heritage has somehow gotten in the way of the kind of very well discourse that what is it here? The fact that Maori there because it's cultural. Whereas we want to be talking about these things as a whole, and it belongs to all of us. You know, it's not just ours, all of us and them, rather than us against them. That's a big challenge. It's not always the easiest thing to deal with. Well, as I know that, dealing with the thing, but and I've always, I'm a constant challenge of people to be involved with that kind of thing, because we tend to just, we've done this, I'll just forever, then we just keep on. You know? And part of that is just like the which is the job, what the people that everyone else does, we respond.
Yeah, it's funny you say that actually, because I think we feel the same way, and that's reflected in some time ago now, we moved away from calling our assessments cultural impact assessments, and we started to call them mana whenua assessments. And those thoughts are behind it, and there's two ways in which that cultural label can be quite significant. The first is to say there's an inherent assumption under its pathway don't have culture, or we're immediately talking about Māori culture, and so effective is not a very accurate term in the way that people tend to interpret it, which is the same Māori. We also felt that, I'm sure experience, things we've been dealing with the tendency between Māori to only comment on the culture matters. And because everything is interconnected, because we have a strong model of sustainability and culture as a function of the environment, as economies and society, that we have a perspective legitimately on the whole, on the economic, on the social, on ecological, not just cultural. So absolutely agree, and we've moved away from that scope for that reason. How that's relevant here is coming back to this point where we say we're not just upholding this position on our own behalf. Culturally, I've yet to meet a contact person that's happy to live on top of a burial ground. And that's a patriarchal cultural thing. And so it's been important to give voice to those people and what they've experienced. It's also important to think carefully around the cultural aspects of things. So if we really understand what it means, we quickly understand why using archaeology is not an appropriate counter of it. So that's just really, without disrespecting those good archaeologists we work with, it's about what can be observed on the ground, on the historic record, and it naturally relates to cultural values, but really about how the world should be. How the world should be. It's about ethics and morals and what is normative. And I might say, our cultural values, particularly, are often not considered because they are so centralized. They are so fundamental. They're taken for granted that they are real. The fact we have an agenda today, and many of the aspects of how this hearing runs, is part of our culture. It's so pervasive that we fail to acknowledge it. So that is why we're asking you to take care when you do the evidence this afternoon. What actually is cultural evidence? It's not archaeological, it's archaeological evidence.
That's very much why I asked you. It's one of those keys that if we get it right, we can unlock all of this stuff quite simply, quite easily. But because we're hung up, I suppose, over years and years of doing things a certain way, making certain observations and accepting that there are these differences. People find it really hard to get out of that mindset and to get that. Okay, well, thanks very much. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll close out this session. Thank you very much. And we'll now have lunch. We're a little bit over time, but I think what we'll do is we'll resume at 1:30. We continue. Sure, welcome to a resumption of today's hearing. This is the afternoon session. We have the recorder on.
Yes. Yes.
So all of the hearings, YouTube. On this afternoon, we've got the Waikanae Land Company. And I recognise most of the people in the Waikanae Land Company team. Mr. Slyfield, Mr. Rowe, Paul Thomas, and I'm not sure who the other one is. And I think I've only seen you on a Zoom. So it's in your hands. We've read the material that's been supplied. I guess it'd be useful to get an idea of how you want to navigate your way through it, because you filed some material in relation to the recent decision of the Environment Court. You've got some other submissions that traverse similar issues, but also other issues in terms of the merits and whether or not this outcome is appropriate. So we're sort of in your hands as to how you want to proceed.
Yeah, the suggestion of the decision that I really on the virus issue. I have a very short signature thereafter on the minute. So I did say I wanted the substance on the minutes to be very much like more understanding the operations that we need to put this through the legal component of that into the witnesses. And they were decision the order of decision back to the right of Mr. Rowe following Mr. following Mr. Thomas. And if need be, I'm able to make a closing statement to let them back to the government and the company. If it's easy to do this now, we do have a hard copy of the materials that were supplied at the end of last week and by issue, together with a few other papers. Distributed what's there. I think what you've got in front of you is firstly a copy of the bio and legal submission we filed last week. Sitting behind that, the attachments that we refer to in the submission, which are the CP for the Waikanae Company and the environment, a copy of the environment decision. And the other document is attached to a copy of the study that was the result of the act that we were operating in the investigation legislation. The reason that we're supplying a copy of that study is to include the expansion which is on the building that's on Council website. And then the final document so we've got two other documents. One of them is copies of the email. And this is partly a response to the further information requested by the panel last week around what Mrs. S2 has access to. I won't take you through the email, but I will say to you that I believe that disclosures do have full access to the relevant files that we were going to follow. And at that time, prior to the evidence to the 105 million. We have managed to just this morning locate a copy of that relevant file, but we haven't given a chance to look at what it contains. And if it's of use to you, will make a copy of that so you can see what the law says. Now, we also have, I think it's the committee report given to us by you guys. Or did you? I apologize. No, this is not the committee. Oh, it's not this the bill. Yes. Right, so there's new advisory. So then we've got, oh, this is the statement. Yeah, this is the official, the word that I can tell is the official advice. And then, so here's the select committee files, so this is the recorded date. Right, that's better typeface than normal. And the one document I haven't been to is the report that was prepared, as I understand, for council and for the Archaeology by Whakatau, which is referred to in the legal submission, was referred to amongst other places, given the cultural impact assessment of Ātiawa provided to the Waikanae company in 2010. And I'll touch on that when we get to the so I can begin taking through the submission on the virus issue. It's certainly not my intention to take you through line by line with this. I know things that you have had an opportunity to quickly read it. Into the file. You'll see on page 1, I've replicated the diagram that's in the management document. It shows the two Wahana areas, 1 and 2. And there's one point I need to clarify about that in case there's some misunderstanding from the panel's reaction to Mr. Conway on Thursday hearing. He largely correctly put to you that the current consenting matter, the Supporting Environment Court, relates to that relatively small topic down in the bottom left-hand corner, and that is correct as far as it goes. It is that part of the site that is proposed to be subdivided to create new residential lots as part of that application. It's also technically true that the area of what Waikanae Land Company is stage 6, which is what the large area north of Barrett Drive, is part of that application, but only because it is a balanced lot. And technically, it's not a balanced lot that carries the same significant title as the land south side of that drive. Separate title for it, but there is no further subdivision or proposal for development of that lot in the Council.
So one is shown is currently in one title, and does that include ordinance outside?
Sorry?
It
does not, and if you refer to the copy of the title, you'll be able to see on the second page. There's a plan on page 2 that you'll see correlates somewhat to the plan in the submissions, except that the plan in the submissions shows that Whakarongotai covers a reserve area at the very northern corner of the land, which is not part of Waikanae Land Company's title, and also the dog area, if I can call it that, that runs back along the direction adjacent to the lagoons, which is not part of Waikanae Land Company's title.
I can just summarize that by saying the spatial area of Wahine incorporates some land that is currently held in the Council reserve. So going which is not included in your title, the client's title. And that's principally the reserve immediately in front of the lagoon and a small river. And then while the council's map for Mahina-a-rangi is only shown as Mahina-a-rangi to the extent that it's within the old designation boundary. We actually have a title that goes beyond it to the headland to the south. Yeah. And you're proposing to develop that on the southern side of the drive and also the parent title, the executive council part one on the when you come to.
Yes, that's correct. And while we're on these admin issues, Mr. Maassen, it might assist if I say that Waikanae Land Company's position in relation to the movement of the boundary at the southern end that Ātiawa has asked for, because they have accurately, in my submission, identified that the boundary at the southern end does not actually follow the original pedestrian boundary of the 20-acre block. It's been drawn slightly further to the north. That is of no moment to Waikanae Land Company. It's not taking a position for or against the movement of this when by Ātiawa.
Right. So, and it would be true to say that your concern in relation to your submission is not in relation to land that is publicly held. It's only in relation to the land that's shown in the budget.
That's it. So I've outlined at paragraph 4 the key submission on the virus issue. And as I'm going to be elaborating on those, I don't know that it's particularly useful to take you through those now. But I make a very important point at paragraph 6, which is, and I think we'll probably come back to this in the course of some dialogue, which is that there is no debate that Council has here identified something that it considers to be a second matter, and that it is attempting to reflect that in the plan. The key difference between Council's position and Waikanae Land Company's position is that Waikanae Land Company says, of course, Council should act on that if there is its belief. But there is a process for that, and it is the ordinary federal land process, and not this IHP. And key difference, of course, in most respects, is the lack of a right of the people in relation to the IHP. So it might be useful if I take you through some of this context. We've already heard about the 20-acre block. It was once owned entirely by Waikanae Land Company, which is detailed in the Slyfield evidence. It was what remains owned now by Waikanae Land Company is the land within the certificate title that we've just been discussing. And at paragraph 9, I've described the language Waikanae Land Company used to refer to those two blocks as 4B on the southern side of Barrett Drive instead of 6 on the northern side of Barrett Drive. In June 2021, at paragraph 10, long before PC2 was notified, Waikanae Land Company lodged a resource consent application to subdivide its land into 5 new residential lots, 1 access lot and 1 balance lot. That's given rise to the 2 matters before the Environment Board, which are an Archaeology Authority appeal and a directed to consent application. And in the context of that latter consent application, there has already been a hearing, as you know, on the virus issue and the decision issued just last
Thursday. In short, the court has held that the new listing is ultra vires. And at paragraph 13, I submit that the court's findings on that should be treated by this panel as authoritative guidance, and I've chosen that wording quite carefully. The court's findings are on the exact same subject matter that has been raised in these submissions, and is the result of a fully contested and recent hearing into the issue. There is no other case law at this stage on the interpretation of the relevant provisions, and it makes no difference that the court examines the issue in the context of a consent application, and that you are examining the issue in the context of an IPI, as the question is in my submission the same in either case, which is the new Whakatau listing ultra highways. Turning then to the basis for PC2, the RNA was amended in 2021. As you know, the amendment sought to address housing affordability and supply, principally by setting the permissive land use regulations to enable intensification. To this end, it imposed on territorial authorities express duties to bring specified density standards and policies into effect, and provided a streamlined planning process without a wide appeal to enable a swift response to the issue of housing supply. The NDRs are set out in Schedule 3A, and they include prescriptive requirements, which I've set out in brief, but I won't take you through because I imagine you know quite enough about them already. At 16, Section 77G1 requires that the general residential zones of specified territorial authorities must incorporate the NDRS and Council of one such authority. To incorporate the NDRS, Council is required on the report from the August to publish and notify the use of the IHP. And under Section 77B6, Council was permitted to make the requirements set out in Schedule 3A less enabling of development than provided for in that schedule, but only if authorised to do so under 77I. 77I relevantly states Council may make the NDRs less enabling of development in relation to an area within a relevant residential zone, only to the extent necessary to accommodate one or more of the following qualifying mandates that are present. A matter of national importance that decision makers are required to recognise and provide for under Section 6. And I might pause here just to say there is genuinely no debate whether the subject matter that is before you ever is not a Section 6 matter. It is accepted by Waikanae land company if you're satisfied on the merits that the land is Whakatau is whatever it is, but that is a Section 6 matter. That's not what the debate says. The debate sits around what can Council legitimately, lawfully do without having reached that view itself.
Not my question is whether it's lawfully done for the next process.
There is a more refined and better way of putting it. Council is prohibited from using an IPI for any purpose other than the uses specified in Section 73 of Section 83, and prohibited from using the IHP other than to promulgate the IPI. Section 80E requires relevantly that the IPI must incorporate the NDRS and may also include related provisions, including objectives, policies, rules, standards, and zones that support the consequential of the NDRS, and related provisions include provisions that relate to qualifying matters identified in the period. Section 77.5. I have set out from paragraph 24 on what PC2 is, and I don't think I need to take you through that either. I will take you to paragraph 26, however. The effect of the Whakarongotai rules on Waikanae land companies is that activities that were previously permitted activities are now restricted discretionary. This includes land disturbance or earthworks in relation to gardening, action, and planting and removing the trees, and fencing not on the perimeter of the land. And secondly, activities that were previously permitted activities are now non-compliant activities. This includes, for instance, undertaking earthworks to make driveways, cabling or building foundations, building a residential dwelling, and installing fence posts other than on perimeter domains that do not comply with development standards. In practice, this means no residential development could occur on the Mahina-a-rangi land in Waikanae company's ownership, and I have noted Dr. Hager's disagreement, I think, with that assertion this morning. All I'll say for now is that probably matter will come back to with Mr. Thomas, but as I apprehend it, there was a view that it was on all boards with Council's own analysis of the depth of the Mahina-a-rangi rules, and that is reflected in the Section 42 report, which effectively says zero development capacity with the outcome of the Mahina-a-rangi.
Is that a policy outcome or is it an outcome of the law? How is that? Like, is it certain policy is particularly to the
I'm not sure that I understand how the council didn't really do the one with that particular analysis, so I don't feel it would be needed to say how they constructed that review.
But if I take 26 point place value and make the description of the changes, does that mean that subdivision of the land has not changed, or the rights of subdivision have not changed as a result, nor the practical realities of going good and doing development?
That's accurate as I understand it, but I'll certainly be correct if I'm the Thomas.
Well, I think let's just note that point, because I think it's quite important for understanding exactly the mechanics of what is a business.
Yes, as I understand it, there may not be an additional restriction on some of it, but on all of those activities that relate to the skill and information.
Yeah, and if in subdivision, my question is, what would the activity status be, and would it trigger a section 6 assessment? In other words, does this introduce an element of assessment of section 6 emails that would not be available under activity classification on the account state?
You want me to answer that one?
Yeah.
So, the reference is subdivision DWR10. In references subdivision DWR10, which makes subdivision of any land or site containing a scheduled historic building or structure, scheduled historic site noted to be scheduled historic area 1 Hapū and other places near significant in Maori as a restricted discretionary activity. And it certainly does require scrutiny of the historic heritage value effects of that subdivision.
But if the thing was not, if the site is not scheduled, what classification
I think the word subject to standards, of course, is not activity.
right? So it's not from control,
Restricted discretionary.
irrespective. It's another.
On October 28th of the submission, under section 77I, all towns can only be used to make the areas definition of development language, which be duplicated in section 77G6. Section 77I goes on to say the MBOs can only be made less enabling to the extent necessary to accommodate the qualifying matter. This language reinforces in my submission that there are limits to the discretion. This new statutory wording does not allow for an IPI to change other planning provisions, i.e. provisions other than the NDRS, so as to make those other provisions the definition of development. In simple terms, the allowance is to dial back, water down, or reduce the intensification that MDRS allows. If there are existing provisions in the plan controlling residential use and enforcing the residential zone thereafter, Section 77I does not authorise council to use qualifying methods to make those provisions less enabling too. The council sees merit in changing this provision, such as to address Section 6 matter, then council can pursue that with a regulatory design plan change. That the proposed new Whakatau listing fails to meet the requirements of Section 77I is readily apparent from the council's concession that the listing will be less enabling of development than the extent residential zone rules and standards allow. An obvious example is that it introduces non-compliant activity status for building foundations in a residential zone when such foundations were previously a part activity. The parliamentary record reinforces that this outcome falls well outside the intentions of 77I. The purpose of the 2021 amendments as set out in the explanatory note of the bill is to rapidly accelerate the supply of housing where the demand for housing is high, and to help to address some of the issues with housing tourism and affordability that Ātiawa and New Zealand currently faces. Accordingly, the bill requires territorial authorities in Ātiawa and New Zealand major cities to set more permissive land use regulations that will enable greater intensification in urban areas by bringing forward and strengthening the national policy statement on urban development. The bill did not leave it up to territorial authorities to decide what form this greater permissiveness would take, district by district. It sets the MDRS as the model to be applied. Parliament also recognised that existing plan-making processes would be too slow to unlock additional housing development capacity. To overcome this, the bill implemented the IHP and occupied region streamlined planning process, described in the bill as a quicker and less rigorous plan-making process, designed to enable housing intensification to occur faster, helping to alleviate some of the immediate housing shortages. Parliament equally recognised there may be areas that have specific characteristics that make it inappropriate to apply the MDRS going forward. For these, it allows qualifying matters to be identified. Matters where there is a need to balance the heights, densities, and other standards of the MDRS against the need to manage those specific characteristics. Parliament therefore gave the territorial authority the power to amend the densities and heights required by the MDRS as appropriate. Now, I describe that as a fine-grained and context-specific approach, reflected in the statutory language limiting modification to MDRS themselves, and only to the extent necessary to accommodate the qualifying. The examples described in the bill involve taking one or more of the matters that is the subject of a standard, such as height, density, number of units per site, and making those less enabling. So, if it is necessary to accommodate a qualifying matter, it may be that in place of 3 units per site, only 2 might be allowed, or instead of a 1 unit side yard, 2 units might be required. The result, though, is the IPI leads to residential zoned land able to be developed for residential use, albeit less intensively than if the MDRS applies going forward. And I include the reference paragraph 25 of the Environment Court's decision. That's the type of referencing I have used just as an indication of that really can find some guidance in the Environment Court's decision, but I'm not going to take you to the specifics of what I'll be writing the questions about that process. Waikanae Land Company submits the new Whakatau listing does not comply with this limited statutory allowance. I turn next to the alternative analysis that is promoted by Mr. Conrad for the Council, namely the consequential arguments. Section 80E1 defines an IPI as a change to the district plan or a variation to the proposed district plan must incorporate the MDRS and may amend or include certain provisions, including related provisions that support or are consequently on the MDRS. Section 82E further defines related provisions as including provisions that relate to qualifying matters identified in accordance with Section 77I. The wording in Section 81B3 only allows for related provisions that do not support the NDRS or are consequential on the NDRS. One or other of those requirements must be met. I think that's a type I should say that do support the NDRS. The section provides guidance on what related provisions means in two ways. It provides a list of provision types in 81B3. That's objectives, policy, rules, standards, and zone. And it provides a list of provision subjects in section 82, infrastructure, with qualifying matters and so on. Both lists are expressly inclusive, so a related provision can be of a different type than is listed, and may address a different subject than is listed. But regardless of its type or its subject, the section clearly states the related provision must support or be consequential on the NDRS. Support is not the issue here. No one is contending that we want to cover this on support the NDRS. The issue is whether it is consequential on the NDRS, which, in my opinion, is less obvious. Prior to notifying PC2, Council received legal advice that concluded it would arguably be consequential to an IPI to schedule previously unscheduled Whakatau site in an area subject to the IPI. The advice considered that an inability to notify an Whakatau site would be an illogical outcome on the basis of Parliament's clear intentions that such site would be qualifying matters, and Council appealed to the adopted this advice. With respect, this overlooks that there is a legal distinction between two questions that must be asked. Is the new Whakatau listing a qualifying matter? And if so, is making provision for it consequential on the NDRS? No one is debating that new Whakatau listing is a matter of the sort described in Section 77I, namely a matter of national importance that is required to be recognised and provided for under Section 6. So if the merits are made out, it is a qualifying matter, but that does not mean it is consequential on the NDRS. Waikanae Land Company contends the new Whakatau listing cannot reasonably be said to be consequential on the NDRS because it goes further than displacing the NDRS. It displaces the original zoning itself. That is reliant on the fact that the Council seeks to prevent any practical development, not merely mitigate the effects of increased density from NDRS. In other words, the new Whakatau listing is consequential on Council's aim to protect the land from the existing residential rules based on the Section 6 attributes of the land. None of that is a creation of the intensification requirements for the NDRS. Council has been aware since at least 2011, 2012 that Ātiawa and Whakarongotai considered the land Whakatau. And in the absence of the intensification legislation, Council's obligation to make planning provision for this in accordance with Section 6 would have been the same as it is now. Council has merely chosen the IPI as its preferred option to promulgate the listing. I say a decision to create the listing at the same time as implementing the NDRS is not itself sufficient to make the listing consequential on the NDRS. Further, the explanatory notes from the bill for the budget show that Parliament intended a more limited form of consequence than outright rejection of the intensification policy, much less drastically reducing existing development potential under existing residential rules. Finally, Council appears to want to treat Section 80E as if it is the source of the relevant statutory power. Waikanae Land Company disagrees with that. Section 80E contains no statement of an empowering nature, and it sits within subpart 5A, the self-stated purpose of which is to set out the notion for preparing an IPI. The obligation to prepare an IPI, by comparison, and the source of council's relevant power in respect of qualifying matters is in sections 77G and 77I respectively. 77G requires the EDIs to be incorporated in every relevant residential zone and requires council to use an IPR for this purpose. It is also 77D that states council may make the requirements in Schedule 3A less enabling development and provide for the next schedule to authorize to do so on the 77I. 77I then adopts material with the same wording beginning with the statement that council may make the NDRs less enabling of development. These are the key empowering provisions relevant to the Whakatau listing, and they are consistently clear that what can be made less enabling is the NDRs. To the extent that Section 80 provides any further guidance, it does not avoid this limitation because it provides for related provisions specifically in reference to qualifying matters identified in accordance with 7.5. The phrase in accordance with means that the requirements stipulated in 77I must be satisfied. It is not enough that the qualifying matter is a matter of national importance under Section 6. Its operation within the IPI must also conform to the limitations in the opening words of Section 77I. It can only be used to make the NDAs less enabling. Waikanae Land Company submits the correct approach schedule in the Whakatau site was to adopt the ordinary claim change process. That avoids the supposed illogic of an inability to use the IPI and OSPP to promote its promulgate the listing. Protection of the new or existing Whakatau site through the IPI and OSPP are limited to mitigating the effects of the NDAs on that qualifying matter. The IPI and OSPP are not mechanisms for disabling the underlying zoning from any development by scheduling the Whakatau site. That itself would be an illogical outcome in the context of a streamlined process enacted for the clear purpose of accelerating intensification. The next section deals with a number of provisions of apprehendum advanced by council. Section 15, there was a thing in council submission that the Whakatau listing must be paid because it accords with the obligation in Section 3 to recognise and provide for the relationship of Māori with their Whakatau. For example, council suggests that IPI can provide for qualifying matter related to able to fully respond to Section 6 requirements, and the RNA does not expressly prevent triggering already existing provisions to provide on Section 6 values. Rather, this is related to consequence. Waikanae Land Company submits this is misguided. First, whether the listing according to the 16 is in fact disputed, council may certainly Whakatau listing response that that certainly does not make it so. We don't have any dwell on that. We don't do anything else following the legal submission of the bylaws. Second, council's reliance on sector reveals that council is funded to be misguided about the nature of the buyer's challenge. The buyer's challenge is not about the merits of course, but about whether the council has accepted the power to that content. Third, council's approach invites the council to Section 16 that is the source of council's relevant power, and I say it is not. Like the other provisions in Part 2, Section 6 provides guidance for persons exercising functions and powers under the RMA. But we must look elsewhere within the RMA to identify the actual source of the relevant power. In this instance, the relevant power is the power to include a new qualifying matter in an IPI. That power arises out of Section 37D and I. As important as the Part 2 guidance is, I'm not in any way trying to be less than important. It can still not be used to circumvent the explicit statutory limit of the power set in Section 77 and 77I. Fourthly, council asserts that having identified the EU power, it was obliged to protect it in accordance with Section 6. If this were the case, then council's obligation goes some time ago, 2011 to 2012, if not earlier, when the value of the site, the Ātiawa and Whakarongotai, was formally made known to the council. If council had acted on the obligation within a reasonable time, The plan change to add the Whakatau listing could have been introduced and completed long before PC2. In any event, it is entirely open to council to use a regular plan change process under Schedule 1 for this. So the existence of council's obligation to protect the Gibb part is made up on the merits, would not be able to recognise the use of the IPR for that purpose. And if I can pause here just to add another point about the Schedule 1 process, is these being matters of historic heritage. If council were to notify an orthodox state government of Schedule 1, they would have those provisions would of course take immediately effect. In the same way that they have taken immediately effect for the purposes of Waikanae companies' excellent application as a result of campaign. So you really need to be some hiatus, if I can call it that, because it is within council's power to bring forward Schedule 1 campaign in the ordinary way for those provisions to take immediately effect.
Which campaign?
One who introduced the one.
Yeah. And do you know what the minutes reveal why it goes this process?
Not to my knowledge, no. It came up during the consultation round. It's been described because I think that we've seen in the paper of Waikanae company Rowe was issued as part of that. And there was a meeting between representatives of Waikanae company and council officers. But I don't think the decision, the minutes of the council decision to notify PC2 in this form would cause the review of those short decisions. So on at 63, council places an emphasis on the Waikanae project was reported as justification in the Waikanae listing. My submission is this has no relevance to the question currently before the panel. For reasons that I've articulated, as covered above, where the relevant land is or is not part of whatever is disputed, and findings of the Waikanae tribunal do not resolve that dispute. The tribunal was in any event exercising a different jurisdiction and employing different procedures that apply here. The tribunal's inquiry is concerned with the past, unlike this panel, which is predominantly concerned with the future. The tribunal is solely concerned with claims against the Crown. It is not determined by the individual's rights and responsibilities, as will be the effect of this panel's decision. The tribunal's process excluded Waikanae company. It did not have an opportunity to express a position or to interpret and limit the claims for the Crown. And this panel has no ability to test or evaluate any of the evidence that was put to the tribunal, except for the limited extent such evidence is written and able to test it as be ruling. Even if some way could be given to the tribunal's findings, those findings are entirely unrelated to the legal question that I have written recently. The Section 32 analysis also does not make the new listing public. Council has seemingly relied upon that, and the response by my company said first that if anyone is up to this thing that exceeds council's statutory power, then none of the Section 32 analysis will fix that. Any reliance council seeks to place on the Section 32 analysis suffers with the same issue as identified above in Section 16, namely its relevance goes to the merits of the provision, not whether the provisions within the scope of the statutory authority conferred on the council. Second point is that the Section 32 analysis for a qualifying matter must meet specific provisional standards in Section 37 A, except those out. For one reason, paragraph 68, the passages that I have had an emphasis for in that quote support Waikanae land companies that a qualifying matter may only reduce the impact of the NDRS and cannot go beyond that to reduce the underlying development allowances of the existing residential site. The first passage, and that's the words the level of development by the NDRS involving the quote, signals that the focus is on incompatibility between the qualifying matter and the level of development permitted by the NDRS, not the level of development provided for under the existing residential zone. The second two passages, these are the ones we get into with limiting development and the reference to those limits, reinforce that the exercise expected of Section 32 analysts is to individually examine how limiting development capacity, building height, or density will impact on overall development capacity and the costs and broader impacts of imposing those plans. It is patently not talking about limiting the application of the underlying residential zoning. Third, Section 32 analysis in this instance is an evident flaw, I'd say, because the analysis is on the basis that because of the 105 units report and because of Section 6, Council must redefine the design for the Whakatau. Putting aside the weight that is placed on the tribunal report, this type of approach might be appropriate for an ordinary claim change, but an IPI is not an ordinary claim change. What an IPI must contain is a group separately and explicitly in Section 70E. That section unambiguously states that making provision for qualifying members is not mandatory but discretionary. Section 32 analysis, secondly, oversteps the requirements of Section 70J, consistent with the type of analysis required by Slyfield Valley 202. The Section 32 report states the level of development permitted by the NDRS is considered to be inappropriate. However, preceding and following that passage are other passages, which are in Section 32 reports, that disclose the analyst was not focused on the NDRS, but on development of any sort, including development that might arise under the excellent provisions of the General Invention Code. Following those passages. For those reasons, Waikanae Land Companies the next Council Section 32 analysis is of no relevance in determining the work by notifying you what the Whakatau and the Council has succeeded in accepting power. The next topic is the way other existing qualifying members operate does not make the new Whakatau listing any more valid. Council likely observes easy to include many qualifying members of fully active impact. That includes 43 listed Whakatau sites. Waikanae Land Company agrees it is within the statutory powers conferred on the council to include these existing members in PC2. I think you need to read that because it's pretty obvious that yes, yes. I will leave that section unread and move to the hearing and select committee changes. Council argues that clarification of the scope of an IPI during the select committee process indicates the amendment that the purpose of the building or that articulated clear on production. That is incorrect. The select committee clarification about the scope of an IPI was in response to various councils submitting on the bill. Councils were concerned that the terms of clause ABG of the bill as introduced were not fully allowed councils to include in an IPI. Provisions that would enable appropriate incorporation of NDRS into existing district plan structures. For instance, to rewrite zoning chapters to allow the extension of for other standards. Some councils also indicated a desire to make use of the IPI and for full standard use rather than just implementation of NDRS. The department will report for the bill responded to those concerns by explaining to the select committee councils should be able to use the IPI to enable the end development provisions, including the Gibb's policy standards for designs that are consequential or complementary to the NDRS and NPSUV. I won't read the rest of that. Sorry.
That sort of language there is that sort of baseline analysis. We're probably not quite the right way to approach the question of what is sufficiently within Section 80. Because you could potentially someone could open a site that put a minor unit on it as of right. And the consequence of implementing the NDRS if the controls like on infrastructure or hydraulic authority are actually to diminish existing rights, but in a way that is to support the NDRS and consequently. In other words, saying that there is this sort of line that you can draw that says anything that detracts from an existing permitted activity
breaches the spin process seems to me to be clear. And then what you're really looking at is the question of degree. What you're saying is if it didn't, the ISP process didn't provide the opportunity to capture years that were of that degree outside a focus on the NDA's requirements. Do you know what I'm saying? Because
I think I do, and I think in many ways we're getting the same thing that the select committee was trying to grapple with, that claims that a range of different ways of dealing with controls on residential development. So trying to take the residential design with particular standards, but other relevant standards might be found in other district wide chapters elsewhere, I think the position the Waikanae company is certainly if one looks just at the residential zoning, one can construct a baseline there and say this is what it should be about. It may become more complex to start thinking about other district-wide provisions that sit within other chapters of the plan and what really are. But I don't think the submission that we're advancing is it doesn't necessarily, the difficulty with putting that baseline together doesn't necessarily mean that the baseline is not actually that standard by which one would measure what is a valid use of a Waikanae. It may be difficult, and perhaps not as really rapidly in certain points of birthplace, because we're much more fundamental erosion of the residential development. It's unlikely you'll find in this committee consideration of the statement situation in the field. Because the starting assumption is we're dealing with the result. So most of it is dealing with the development. And so there'll be a level of development that's already accepted. And one will assume that Section 6 matters have been addressed during this week until the existing development. Here we have a site that is not built. And there's a Section 6 matter which the council views is completely incompatible with residential development. And so you won't find a committee that feels producing this. No, and so that's good. I don't intend to get otherwise here. I don't think the answer is certain. It's a committee analysis. I think that the answer has to first and foremost take it lead from the actual review and development of the act. And the knowledge that the overriding policy that was intended to do some of the investigation legislation was enabling the investigation and enabling it quickly and removing some of those roadblocks. So the way I would put it, perhaps a little bluntly, is there's no question that a council realising as a result of the pressure created at central government level to undertake the exercise, realising that it had something that lives that it hadn't yet addressed properly in its plan. There's no question that it could do something about it. But as I've been saying, I maintain what it can do about that is follow through the one same thing. And the fact that that is available to it and will in the achieve the same outcome without removing a lot of the fuel or private landowner is hugely significant. It is significant in the sense that the proportionality argument you going to make, which is best tested in a forecast experience. But
if I was to postulate this example, not an example you know, with the recent fault in floods, there's an area called Maassen Valley which can currently continually innovate. And as the council examines its obligation under the NDRS, it might not only conclude that the land is unsuitable for the NDRS, it may actually conclude it's unsuitable for any form of development. There's a logical extension of your argument that all it can do is the NDRS neutralise it. And then it's another thing places to, in a sense, remove other rights that might exist in the residential zone generally around further development of the mine development.
Yes, that is exactly the extent that you have.
So your argument is that as a matter of text and purpose, these are enabling a set of outcomes, and the adjustment is only to the extent of minimising that.
Yes, and can I add to that? With a degree of experience in resource management, it's very tempting to try and bring more light into qualifying knowledge provisions than that, because strangely enough, they are picking up and doing some of the heavy lifting that the RTA may send. The reason I say that there is legally not available using this process is because there hasn't been eliminated the option to deal with it and to deal with it properly, hasn't been eliminated by the IHP provisions. It's still sitting within Schedule 1, and we have some very specific powers conferred for the intensification purpose, with might not be the right term, but effectively a hard act, about for qualifying methods that is intended really to offset the NDRS, but not offset other fundamental things that council might become aware of as opposed to the exercise.
Well, I would only be a temptation born out of an unwillingness to turn a blind eye to potentially significant issues like flooding. It wouldn't be, that wouldn't be anything else. So I said to Mr. Conway that I could sit with the other discussion, I could see where we were coming from. But if I understand that the NDRS is defined as the thing in Schedule 3A. And Schedule 3A is not just a set of bulk and location and subdivision control, it is also a set of objective control. And if I understand it, though, correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't think the process, but the objectives and policies are restricted under the NPS UV. So the package, the logic of the package is beginning the NPS with the objectives and policies, some of those. You're getting some of the standards, and at your tier 1, you're implementing policy 3 and 4. So, in a sense, if the objectives and policies are to be read, that we've got, that are to be incorporated, what extent should they be read in the context of the document in which they are extracted? In other words, the objectives and policies from 3A are extracted from the NPSUD. The NPSUD emphasizes a good living functioning environment of which interest to Māori and Ātiawa and all those things are understood and extracted. And so when we look at what is the NDRS and those objectives and policies, don't they take life in the document that they extract from? These have to go on the plan. Wouldn't it be odd to say, I'm going to completely decontextualize them from the instrument, because that instrument will have to be later implemented in the other ways required by that. So, in a sense, when you're taking these, you have to see where they came from. And if you accept that proposition, you also accept the proposition that the wider context of the NPSUD does talk about matters of interest.
I've got no debate, I think, with either of those propositions. I don't believe that any of that cuts across these main events and go about that the very specific way in which the legislation can do the power.
Yeah.
On the policy.
Well, I want to test that because I see those sense. Your starting point is what is a qualifying? What if that wasn't the starting point? When you read the text of section 82, you say it's the wrong starting point. But if you look at 82, the only point at which qualifying matters are referred to is in 2E. You read? Yes. And that is after a provision, which is the gateway provision you describe as 1B3. Yes. So 1B3 is the gateway, is the fulcrum of your argument. Correct?
If by gateway you signify that you can't get to 2 without going to 1 Yes, that's the way.
But one case you don't have to go through 2. Because you see, 2 is simply an inclusive and without limitation provision of related provision. What if 3 stood on its own without going through E? In other words, you just simply said related provision in support of a consequential in the NDRS for 3, 4, and 5.
Yes.
Yeah. And my question is, if you treat the NDRS as containing the objectives and policies, so you read the objectives and policies in the light of the instrument from which it came and ask the question, does it support or consequential? Don't you just get there in that way, in the sense that a well-functioning urban environment that meets the cultural needs and social needs of everybody recognizing assuming this is the way of recognizing that is consequential to the NDRS. It's not consequential to the problem location step, but it is consequential to the objectives and policy. And it's not operating as a qualifying matter in the way that you describe it. It's simply operating. When qualifying matters tend to apply across an area, this is a very site-specific location-specific matter. And so it's just one of those things that is related to a confidential NDRS. Why would we use this 2 in a way as limiting the provenance or the source of the right to impose this restriction. I'm not sure I'm expressing it right, but my understanding of your argument starts with section 77 here and says, because it's described as a qualifying measure, two applies, and therefore it's subject to the gateway. Because the way the limitation of the qualifying measure is to the NBR's Vulcan locations. Yes. And I'm saying, is it correct to read three only through the lens of two?
And I think logically, between our levels of behavior, it's that you don't need to be in two. It is adding to what we did in 1B3.
Yeah.
But I think that doesn't take me quite to where we're getting to in terms of the statement of the objective and policies within the are being part of the IRS. And I think the reason that I don't get quite to that is because we have, and touch on it, you have in 77 on a very specific statement that says, here's how you can make the IRS the and there's no question that the IRS is being made and obviously. And in the face of that allowance, which, as I see it, we responded to the mandatory requirements that have the IRS. I don't necessarily agree with the idea that the statement of the objective and policies will include the buildings and out for that. And that 77 is clear about being restricted. It's allowing media is not to promote for very specific reasons, and it wouldn't be it would be inconsistent with those provisions. Within the objectives and policies to allow in a way that enables something more broad to be done. The other point that perhaps sort of made here is within the objectives and policy or sets of there is a specific recognition of the role of qualifying in policy too. I think it would be very much what I'm saying. Applying the values across all levels of time and except in certain instances where qualifying is relevant. So, the policy is pretty good.
So what you're saying is ignoring two, ignoring the way what is supposed to be used that's starting on a qualifying. So it's a device that doesn't seem comfortable with the way.
Because my understanding the alternative view ponderance is much more through the objective point that the objective one, the well functioning environment and so on. Yeah.
So you're really saying that the idea of qualifying members as a whole has now become a shorthand for the IHP questions, constraints on development, affecting the mediators, constraints on development per se. In terms of the witnesses, I don't think I need to well through the file for the original process. Yes, the one point I wanted to draw your attention to is halfway through paragraph 81, and this was in response to some council expressing a desire to be able to use the IHP to go to do more than just something in the areas, and the report, the report strictly rejected as inappropriate to enable the use of the IHP to the portfolio plan reviews, because this would involve matters which would not be appropriate to have none of the fuel rights, and that's the example of this now. So it's a method that I say a big thing in mind is having our and a far broader nature, and as I have in the decision making, value to we're prepared to say that fuel rights provided with scope for this type of thing, this type of qualifying matter, is kept in mind. So really that's right. So it's the restatement at 49, sorry, paragraph 81, is that page, paragraph 25 of the time report. It's another thing. It would also be fine. It's in the report, on page 25, and under that, italicized given response. So we recognise that it's the IPI, we narrow it to the solvent provisions, less than offenders that may have made an attempt to take a sort by the bill, it may also apply to multiple processes, etc. Further down the page is that what's just above the hearing recommendation. The IHP is not being designed for full standard use. We do not think it's appropriate for the IHP to be used for the purpose, particularly if there are likely to be matters where it is not appropriate to have no fuel rights. So that was the only other point to take you to the material. In conclusion, Waikanae Land Company submits to the Waikanae lift beyond the council's statutory powers to accommodate qualifying matter. Council cannot use a special planning process enacted specifically for one purpose for a different purpose altogether. This is rezoning by stealth and ultimately specific powers conferred on companies to accelerate intensification. If the panel agrees with these submissions, then to the extent that this one goes beyond making the NDRS less enabling of the development, WLC submits the panel to recommend its removal from PC2. And so, it helps in terms of understanding what an Land Company's position on the virus review, because they're stated, but of course, if you don't accept that, there is a merits assessment to be made, and in my submission, there is dealing with matters in the most appropriate order. I say that because if you were to conclude that there is a virus review, then there's perhaps maybe if you do then make a merit-based decision. On the merits, I have a much shorter legal outline of legal submission. As I've said, I think the important thing is that you get the evidence that possibly gets set up a little bit of the framing for the evidence that you have in the company. Broadly speaking, Waikanae Land Company submits paragraph 2 that the location of Archaeology is uncertain, that there is no archaeological evidence to support the assertion that this area is directly closer to the from that Tonga. The only reliable evidence that any burials have taken place within Waikanae Land Company's land is limited to the burial discovered in similar location in 2000 and the geophysical archaeological evidence that there is potential for understated burials around and to the north of that location. The likelihood of finding these human remains elsewhere within Waikanae Land Company's land is extremely low, and the cultural value of Waikanae Land Company's land has therefore been misconstrued and does not warrant the whole land area being listed as a party. A brief outline of Waikanae Land Company's development history may assist with in terms of understanding where we're at today. Between 1968 and 69, Waikanae Land Company acquired 3 blocks of Mahina-a-rangi land in the vicinity of Waikanae Beach, and identified those in one of those, the 141 block is the block that everybody refers to as the 28th block. I won't take you to the end of the help room in this year's archaeological assessment report that shows the 2 blocks from the Ātiawa. Between 69 and 1990, Waikanae Land Company developed the seafront and lagoon area within block 2B3, but not within that block. This involved dredging and forming the lagoon reserve to form the 100 million and marina and developing some 124 residential lots. Between 1989 and 2000, Waikanae Land Company partnered with a contractor to obtain consent for subdividing the remainder of block 2B3 and the 28th block in 7 stages. 5 of those, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, were implemented, resulting in 71 new residential lots, 39 of which were within the area of the 28th block. If I can pause there just to note, in that number of sequence of evidence includes the 7 stages. The missing number are 4B, which is that little darker drive, and 6, which is the line that north of outside, that are remaining to land, there were in fact consents of paying to subsidise both of those. But the board was concerned, well, both of them have now lapsed. At paragraph 6, except for records were undertaken within the stage that the brief formation of Ōtaki Place and Ōtaki Place, with underground pipelines and services installed, ready for finding turbine, camera, and surface.
Can I just ask a question? You had about your point about you say the environment is in control what can be interesting now how it works there. But we're still in quite an unusual situation because the parties have given us this thing to decide on the merits. And if the jurisdictional issue arose, I would normally deal with it. But parties have chosen to deal with it because of course. And my question is, why don't I just, on your second question, why don't we just decide the merits and say, well, the court's above us. But if the council doesn't accept the environmental decision, it does accept it, then whatever our recommendation would be, it accepts or not accept it. If the decision is made to appeal, here's our recommendation. One, it would be odd for us to come back and say, well, we'll park this or we'll do this, knowing that that would not be a complete part of our job. And we run the risk of having to come back. If the High Court, the group, this group, the Court of People, and we have to come back and then do the job we've done, that was a waste of time. Why don't we just say, we'll deal with the merits, and you guys have started a legal process to the courts. And we'll just simply expect the fact that whatever we recommend or decide will be subject to that.
Well, I think one of the issues that comes to mind with that proposal is the preliminary legal matter that the environment court has decided, and the university seems what numbers down in response to their hearing. Is just that with the preliminary legal question and specific that we can build that capacity for really the development of static building. And while it clearly has the environment clearly has decided in its mind not to extend the council's power over a whole of the and I can see all kinds of complexities arising from the fact that the environment court has a particular lens that it can apply. And the lens you understand is in many ways far broader and more forward-looking. I'm not at all disputing that you should proceed to another determination of the merits. But what I am saying is I don't think it is reflecting necessarily the place of the environment for specifically that far if you step away from that determination and do on the virus.
Well, you say the fire and as soon as if the material is wrong, it ceases to have that status. It's only until such time as the High Court determines it. What we think here is the council, if you accept the environmental decision, then you follow it.
Yeah. It won't surprise you that there's much along the lines of what I was saying to council. There is a little complexity to that, sir, in that, and that's not a complexity for you to decide, but just to signal where some of it takes you. There is a provision that was put into the Schedule 1 that prevents
an IPI or a cut off and then withdraw. And the idea, of course, is to stop country from going through the motions and what we can. And there may yet be some scope for disagreement about whether that binds the council and prevents them from, or to ordinarily, in case of a finding of the type that we have in the environment for having effectively declared that we will position, it would be for the council to then act in accordance with that direction. But here, the council might say, we can't withdraw it, even if it is a provider. If we're given the provision that prevents that, and there are arguments I can make the other way, and say it's not hard, and we didn't like the idea, or we only so on. I think the difficulty that creates for us is there are a few balls in the air, and what you have in front of you today is Waikanae land company engaging with one of the boards which is not put into that. So the fact that we have this legalizing in front of you, and the fact that we've had a decision from the Environment Court last Thursday, Thursday ago, I think can in some ways be treated as slightly separate things. I've added the word guidance after the authority as a signal to you that I don't think it is legally correct for me to say that this penalty is bound by what the environment is deciding. But that perhaps is not the same as what the council may do down by the least that it's in unappealed. So I'm just at paragraph 7. I was just saying the top of page 2, the scale of some of its work, and I'm describing the work that has already taken place in the state area where the bulk groups have occurred and the roads and services are installed. The scale of some of the fields of the current and historic program included 79 in the assessment report. The work since they were set halted in July 2000 and human remains of the scale and the potential in any place, and no development work has resumed as no physical development. Waikanae Land Company contends if land is not part of the Iri power. In support of this, there are 4 key propositions. Naming a piece of land under Iri power is not the same as saying using a piece of land for variable. Naming and use do not always go hand in hand. Second, in the present circumstances, archaeological and cultural value cannot be assessed separately from themselves. Thirdly, evidence on cultural value should be assessed according to a rule of reason approach. And fourthly, alleged injustices are not relevant to the assessment. And these are 4 points that I'm going to elaborate on the submission. Firstly, talking about naming. There is a material distinction between calling a land area and using a land area of the If it is just a name without associated uses, then the land's significance both archaeologically and culturally is low. Conversely, if the land area has been extensively used for various, it is somewhat immaterial what name has or has not been given. Put simply, the significance does not arise from the naming but from the usage. It is not appropriate to rely on mere assertion that the land is associated with a particular name without properly examining the underlying evidence of usage. Waikanae Land Company submit that the Mahina-a-rangi area has only come to be associated with its land relatively recently. And while there are older records that refer to a cemetery, those seem to be referring to the potential future use of the land for burial rather than reflecting past uses of the land for burial. Just what all down to the 1969 and 70, when Waikanae Land Company obtained the land. The sole archaeological assessment falling off on Mr. Gibb is that there is no archaeological evidence of burial on Waikanae Land Company's land other than a relatively confined part at stage 6. He has not treated the naming of the land as historically in the absence of other evidence. And he probably identifies that there are conflicting accounts as to the
location of part of that. Second proposition is archaeological and cultural value cannot be assessed separately from each other. One mining company submitted an improperly approach archaeological values and cultural values as if they are unrelated in this case. If the site has high archaeological value, that would be due to the presence of fluid, and the same presence would necessarily mean the site would have high cultural value. Conversely, if the site has low archaeological value, that would be because fluid are not present, and if fluid are not present, then the site cannot have high cultural value as an impact. To be clear, Waikanae land company acknowledges that cultural values can extend to intangible dimensions. For instance, there may be a spiritual association in a particular place that is not necessarily reflective of a physical attribute of that place. However, that separation between tangible and intangible values cannot apply in respect of an impact. The basis for the value is that barriers have occurred, not merely that they are believed to have occurred. If there is evidence that barriers have not in fact occurred, such as evidence that Korea are not present, then that should displace a belief to the contrary, no matter how genuinely that belief is held.
I'm not sure if that's right, because if I think about my experience with there's what happened was Maori set aside an area of significance relative to their funeral. That is an appropriate place to recognise, to dignify the people for their resting place. And the areas becomes a patronage. And it's not a question of the number of bodies that are lined up here. Let's say in our convention that we're playing, there are a lot of bodies because it's greatly popular. So if I think of the Ōtaki it might be 100 years ago, 80 years ago, only a third full. But the site is a little time. And it's set aside as having value. And I just wonder whether the separation of or the treatment of the area based on the body count or the bones count somewhat is a limited is not how Māori would think about it, and it's certainly not. It might be what an archaeologist might do, because they're looking for artifacts. But in terms of the area called Hapū, it's a location, and it may be that the boundaries there are designed with the idea that the whole thing will accommodate the people in the appropriate way. And I just wonder whether your words in 12 start to get into a body count exercise as opposed to saying, well, some of the people have people here, and you know this, and they've had various interrupted position with movement. Sometimes people are going back to Taranaki, the numbers that are dying and very church, all sorts of things. But there are people that have said it, should set aside there, and there are some people, there are some other people. It's still a little part. It's just, it doesn't look like a very full one, as you might see at Ōtaki next to hanging out here. It's not the same character, but it's a little stuff. You know what I'm saying? I wonder how
I hear exactly what you're saying. What this part of the submission was a vision to do address the assertion that this is the working type of memory detail when we're doing that. And really it's unrelated from the perspective that one would expect, if that were the case, one would expect there to be evidence of burials on the
indications that those buildings were warriors or at least have some association with the bank. And it's the absence of that looks permanently rather than the broader population that they're using.
And so, is it WLP position that you state that there are no more going there because they're all in existing factories?
No, they here, Waikanae and company acknowledges with absolute certainty are located near their barns because they were discovered in 2000 and even further and their location certainly the name. There have been a series of geophysical surveys undertaken after they entirely became part of other anomalies that would suggest there are other areas. And those have been in the area which Mr. Gibb says lie around and to the north of the study. So there is possibly not the technically certain, but there is a pocket of stage 6 that Waikanae company accepts is Slyfield or having areas, and there are potentially further areas and
what sort of spatial area are you talking about?
Because of you are integrating but to be clear, the evidence that you move here for what the outcome here should be on the merits from Waikanae company is not that there should be no recognition or no protection put in place around the whole of the land. It is that the protection should be limited to that area. And Mr. Thomas addresses that, but leaves somewhat open-ended what the form that protection might have. Deliberately so that it could be the subject of further discussion, that's something that's used to the council. So I'm at paragraph 15. At the time of writing this, Waikanae company did not yet know what evidence Archaeology was going to present. And we now include it. Paragraph 16. As a matter of general principle, the identification of what recovery is a matter for fair. Yet the identification of what recovery must be objectively established, not merely asserted. The obligation in section 6 to recognize and provide for the relationship of Māori with culture and tradition and within what recovery does not extend to recognizing and providing for the relationship of Māori purely on the character. The panel must be satisfied based on the evidence before it, and to this end must assess the credibility and viability of that evidence. For this exercise, to support the that should say the panel. Panel to adopt the board reasonable geographic therapy by an environment causing multiple. And I replicated and between that decision there, subsequently applied to the people in the High Court. I won't read the passage out of it. As the High Court has said, this allows some flexibility in the analysis. Waikanae land company submits the knowledge of particular elements in this instance are likely to be those that are underlined within that quote, or the evidence may be others, and I'm dealing with those in the section. Firstly, correlation with physical features. Physical features have been used by Archaeology Whakarongotai to describe where part of the works. For instance, the CIA report prepared in 2015 states that is in an old green belt at the confluence of the Waikanae River and the old course of the Waikanae Stream, north of the Waikanae River and estuary, and east of the Waikanae Stream. These are not physical features that correlate directly with the cultural values that are claimed. They are not, for instance, observable when during the stream from various activity. The features so described also do not report to correlate to the boundary of the 20-acre block. Further, the evidence is that the name Ātiawa is associated, as I understand, with the whole area covered by the Battle of Whakarongotai. Then that undermines the basis for the assertion that cultural value for the 20-acre block. The same cultural value will arise in respect of every undeveloped parcel of land between Waikanae and the Ōtaki stream, regardless of whether there is any further substantive evidence that any variance has occurred. And that is a reference to the wide range of nature of the battle and the evidence that many died and spiritual in whole area. Turning to external evidence and corroborating information, there is very little external evidence of the history of this land to support the assertions of the state 4B on particular reference to Waikanae Land Company's land. There's a high cultural value on County being on the In particular, the Māori Land Court records concerning the original partition of the 28th block in 1918 and prior attempts back to 1896 make no reference to the Ātiawa. The partitioning appears to have been to provide for a cemetery reserved for future use and publishing the only area where it was known to be existing at that time, as revealed by headstones, 9 years after the battle of Slyfield. The Māori cemetery notation in the 1968 district scheme makes no reference to Ātiawa, and there are no records concerning the decision to include the Māori cemetery notation in that scheme. A letter from the Māori Land Court to Waikanae Land Company in 1969 stated that since the partition, there had been no subsequent action to have the land set apart as a Māori reservation for the purposes of the cemetery, and that the court did not disclose anything further about the actual use of the block as a Māori burial ground. The only documented use of the name Ātiawa in association with any part of the block prior to the extension is in a letter requesting from his Province Committee and the evidence that you referred to earlier. However, the language in the letter suggests that one of the uncertain that the land was in fact Ātiawa, and I'm referring to the language where it is said if the land is Ātiawa, expressing that term. Turning to internal consistency, the applicant submits that there may also be internal inconsistencies in the relevant evidence. For example, the 2011-2012 report by Alphen prepared as part of a wider project to identify Whakatau for the heritage sector of the district plan, specifically relates to the land area of the 28th block and states the land is an Ōtaki, but makes no mention anywhere of Ātiawa and draws no association at all in the land value as an Ōtaki and the battle of Ōtaki. This is not consistent with the proposition that the claimed Whakatau status of the land derives originally from burials of those who fell in the battle, or the proposition that this is well known. Some conclusions then applying the rules reasoning. Based on the above factors, Waikanae Land Company submit Ātiawa and Whakarongotai evidence may be considered unreliable. It discloses a deed, no doubt genuinely held, that the land is Whakatau, but may not be established that fact. This affects how the panel could approach the consideration of tangible and intangible components of value. If there was evidence of numerous well-distributed burials across the 28th block, that evidence might warrant the whole block being considered an Ōtaki, even though there would surely be pockets within it containing no use. In that scenario, the proposal to develop one of those pockets relying on an assertion that it contains no use would be unlikely to address the significant harm caused by intangible cultural values associated with the block as whole. Conversely, there is no evidence here of numerous well-distributed burials across the block. Much of the block has been developed for residential dwellings already without any discovery of foliage, and the only discovery of foliage has been at a limited number in a confined location. Subsequent geophysical surveys suggest any potential additional burials are also limited in number of locations. For those reasons, Waikanae Land Company submits the correct approach is to assess the appropriateness of the Whakatau listing by assessing the likelihood of actually encountering burials as Mr. Gibb knows. It is not appropriate to assume that there will be images of 28 block. There is the high archaeological value of single confined burial sites discovered that we can place in 2000.
finally, alleged injustice in the past. Archaeology Whakarongotai Nation for the sale of the block in 1969 was unlawful and unfair to both. That the removal of the Māori cemetery location was unlawful or unfair to both. And that the 2020 Ōtaki report of the tribunal decided for the establishment of the location of the Ōtaki will be. If so, one of my land companies submitted a not this kind of role to evaluate claims made by Ātiawa to Whakarongotai about being alleged historic wrongdoing. The legality or fairness of the sale of the block by the Māori trustee to one of my land company in 1969, or the removal of the cemetery location from the district scene in 1970, are not matters over which this panel has jurisdiction. Like my land company submits that the relevant being evidence concerning historical events is limited to and intended to contribute to the panel's understanding of the present day archaeological and cultural values of the land. It is not this panel's role to put right those alleged injustices. In these events, the Rowe evidence will disclose that any claims that the Ātiawa makes about those alleged injustices are inevitable. Like my land company also submitted for calculation through the late time to tribunal's conclusions. I won't reiterate that because it's actually a reputation of what was in the prior sentencing that I didn't do. So you did quite enough for me, I'm going to say, and I'm happy to take you with me. Before we hang over to the buildings, I'm also going to take the
One of the questions I'm sorry, I just asked. You took me back when talking about those this is how I feel in the way today, all the things what is required the minutes, not just the
Yes. Now that's acknowledged. What my income is understanding that it was alleged firstly that the land holds a lot of vehicles started in the family, but was subsequently used to fertilize.
I think that this issue of conflict with archaeological, it's really very often a possibility
Other than the thing that
an archaeological.
an archaeological.
Sorry, I'll let you answer.
Well, I'm might have misheard you.
I said, who carried out a conflict interest?
In 2015, Ātiawa was asked to provide a document of the segment and the that's in the material before it was attached to Mr. Rowe's.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay. But you, firstly, relying on archaeological research, that you do something I can see it. If the language of the around what do you see?
Mr. Gibb had a view on it, but can I just say no? I think that's slightly unfair characterization of the extent of archaeological assessment, and that he has relied a lot on non-invasive geophysical survey.
I think with the understanding process.
This one is an illustration. Other than that this characterizes these sorts of what I often describe as impasses. Because we're talking about two different cultural dimensions, usually cultural in that sense. And for Maurice, because it's easy to describe something as a Whakatau without having the extent of the sort of proof line that humans require in an archaeological. I understand that, what I mean with that. But that's where the sort of dichotomy really sort of stimulates itself. You know, when on the one hand, there's a system that says there has to be numbers. You don't have the numbers. The other hand, the system that says, well, we have things like Whakatau. determine this, you know. And you don't necessarily have numbers to play around with the numbers way beyond, you know. So, and it seems to me that but again, I'll choose the word not argumentative, but the impasse is around a different perspective on these things. I shouldn't make any comment about archaeology because I don't think somebody who do archaeology. No, I'm not sure if I could understand archaeology and enough to talking, not even. But I just want to make a point in that it is there are cultural underpinnings underscoring the sort of discourse that we have here that often just ask each other. You know, and it's not always easy to identify them so much that you can then line them up as that. You can have a sensible conversation about it that might lead to a better understanding and more than just understanding, but acceptance of the world that we live in. I mean, the classic discourse at the moment is the issue around Mahina-a-rangi and time. You know, and it's parallel to this sort of conversation in a way. And Mahina-a-rangi and time are looking at the same thing. They may describe it in different words, but it's still the same. I just wanted to make that comment because I'm really looking forward to hearing some of the other stuff before, but that's kind of where I come from it. Come at this issue, I'm looking at how better can this cross-pollination or misunderstanding or dismissing each other, how better can that be managed? And for everybody, not just when at all costs against somebody else whose faith might, rely on anyone. So, I don't really know the comment on that now, but I'm sure I'll keep coming back to it. Yeah. Thank you.
Are we proceeding with the evidence? Yes. Okay. Very good. So, this was just the point. We've only a 10-minute break, I think. The 15-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you.
For one, my name comes to Rowe, and we have a written statement from him, and he pays to it. The witnesses will definitely very good presentation. They're not going to take up to the evidence. And I'll do it in your hands as well.
Well, first I'd like to take the time what I've heard today, I feel I should say as not necessarily affect confidence about everybody and stuff. I think it's probably important that I would feel. But on the other hand, we also like to hear in the one paragraph, just like to clarify paragraph 6. It says the WLC acquired the 20-acre block in following WLC application for Maori land court for a meeting to be called of the owners in order to obtain the agreement for sale. Now, the approach, of course, is for sale to WLC itself. That agreement is not eventually what that is saying. This is the sale to under the original meeting of the single owner, the WLC did not eventuate. And the reason for that was that a representative of the Woodley family who were co-developers in the area appeared at the meeting of the single owner and put up an alternative proposal for what WLC had proposed. And the alternative proposal was more or less instead of paying a lump sum for the block with a cash second, proposing a joint development with the EV, whereby the EV would face 20 sections of the development and deal with those that and so where it goes on to show that agreement is not eventual, but the Maori owners did pass a resolution that the Maori trustee appointed as their agent, and I would just like to advocate to sell the land by public tender. So what the resolution was, a resolution that the Maori trustee be appointed to sell the land on behalf of the Maori. The appointment that wasn't some other general specified person.
Was the meeting where there was this issue in the tribunal about the quorum and the number of people who
At the end of the day, that issue has been raised, I think, since the CIA was produced in 2015. But there was a minimum quorum specified under the rules of the Maori Land Court, which specified a number of steps.
Yeah.
And I think the Maori Land Court just adopted that number because it's the base number of rules. But in fact, the extensive efforts have been made for locating the Maori owners. Mentioned the phrase of Jack Andrews by one of the participants this morning, who was one of the two owners of the Waikanae Land Company. And he made visitations around the south and the Waikanae area. There's been a lot of people, and he was aided by one of his workers, a Maori chap called Mitchell, Bill Mitchell, I think it was his name. And they made great efforts to build up a list of the owners I think there were 79 owners listed in the Valley Land Court record, and many of those were and successors had not been registered in the Valley Land Court. And so extensive efforts were made by Waikanae Land Company to track down friends of those people. And one of them is in Australia, living, and others in the South Island, and details were obtained of supportive firms, and then letters were sent out to a lot of these people from our firms to let them know what was happening with regard to the matter. And I think finally, I think probably a copy of a letter which leads to the Valley Land Court. There's a 2-page letter with a whole lot of additional addresses for doing update their registry at the time. One or two other records I just perhaps would like to briefly let the state. It was mentioned this morning that evidence that is registered at the time of that hearing of the removal of the designation, and that designation was given a certain location. It first put in by Alphen County Council in 1968 under its 1968 plan. There hadn't been a registered listing in the council on the council official plan prior to that. And it was within a year of that that Waikanae Land Company is wanting to purchase the land. And I think Jack Andrews made the introduction himself to a lot of the Marianas who were in the sale of it. I'm not sure I was going to leave it in terms of that, but it certainly resulted in moving on to the moving of the standalone, which was called after that.
What's the Waikanae Land Company? Any that's on the land that's part of the plan, and with any other people you remind us to
You were involved in the company.
I think the person who out of time is interested in acquiring the land.
Well, absolutely. One of the big stuff in Waikanae has been developed by the regular family. And I think the other critical run by John Kenyon, I think is the only one, who might be doing his something. It's one thing, and what we really know. He handled a lot of their work, I think, possibly in the family. And they developed a lot of land in King's Road. They developed, I think, most of the waterfront north of where originally Waikanae Land Company block started. That was the 95-acre block. And when that block was purchased by the Waikanae Land Company, there was a link strip which had been retained by the regular family. Between the land they bought and immediately adjoining, and they maintained that because they were going to use that, they knew that the time purchase the rest of the land for the river. But that purchase really became a matter between Jack and the Maori land. And in the end, once it was bought, there was no legal access to it at that point. And so Waikanae Land Company, when it was had to make an application to the local authority for a permission, a roading order for I think to actually treat that as a public area.
So in your dealings in that process, did you come across with or the other
No, No, I'm just saying, I've only noted this from what I've seen in the report. We're paying for the hearing for the removal of this. What I was going to say about the cemetery presentation, it was put on in 1968, and the application to remove it was made about 1 month to 4 months later, I think, and evidence to remove it. So that list was lasting for about a year and a half. Right, and well, I'll come back to those people, but so did the company buy the land with their designation on it? As I understood it, still. Yes, so was there any investigation of the history of what the designation was doing? Yes, absolutely. There were extensive approaches with the Maori land court to ascertain from their records as to what it used to be. And there were records from the 1896 Maori land court hearing, and that was the one which was first right to set aside an area for a cemetery. We got, I suppose, news and things that I'm not quite sure for what extent one of the part of it. We drew the reference to the use of the word cemetery by the court. It will find that it's probably for a future purpose. I'm good with respect to the use of the word Ōtaki everywhere with the unknown various. But at that stage, it is an application not for an area of 20 acres, it was an application for 10 acres, and it remained 10 acres until finally, because the reason why the partition hadn't been done after that, because surveying costs hadn't been paid, and so there was no surveyor who got there to survey it off while there were outstanding costs. And I must, yeah, I'm just a little unsure why it has been treated as a future cemetery, given that councils weren't typically in the business of designating land for the idea of building a cemetery for planet funeral only. I mean, I'm not sure I've had any experience of the council saying we're going to set aside public funds and we're now going. Well, that didn't happen. That didn't happen in 1996, I think. No, the 1968 question about whether it's a future cemetery, the inference that was drawn. But I'm not sure that the council, if the council was responsible for the designation, and it was going to do something in the future, they've had an intention to do a public work, that is, provide a cemetery to Māori, because they were the financial entity controlling it. They were the designating authority, so therefore they had to spend the money. Now, it seems to me that nobody asked you to do that. Nobody had asked you to do that in 1920. And now I'm just wondering about the inference that it's a future cemetery. Given that I've not encountered, albeit my career sort of involves a situation where a council is saying, we take financial responsibility for developing a future cemetery for Māori alone. If only our history was like this. In fact, no discussion about developing it as a cemetery. It was an application, and I'm not quite sure when that application to the council was made, because there was mention also about the ethics made by to suggest that the first suggestion I think that has ever been made, although occasionally there are references like this to a possibility of real, but he was probably the initial driver of that suggestion in his first report. I think in his second report, it wasn't only the first report, there was none in the second report. But I think
you might have been talking slightly positive with the chair about the influence from the use of the word cemetery rather than rehab, because I think what you were describing as an influence you have taken rightly or wrongly from that word in the 1896.
that's all it's said there.
What used the word 68 scheme that
No, the 30 years for 68, it's been for now. And my mentioning at the instant time, I get from first record I saw on the
So you turn up at a hearing in front of the High District Council in 1969. And Ms. Cody was there. And you see her give her presentation.
Yeah.
And there's also Mr. Lawrence. And that's the entire group appearing in front of the committee.
Lawrence was a director of Waikanae company at the school. I think it was me.
I think it was the person you said was, I think the report said that he was the Māori company.
I went to Maryland court and yes, that's right, and the statement of his evidence. He's got evidence of the
So the hearing, with Mr. Lawrence and with Ms. Cody.
Yes.
And then there's just the council, or the committee of the council.
Yeah, but I can remember it was a very large meeting with a very big attendance and a very big council committee. So I certainly have very good recollection.
And so when you say a large assembly, like, was it supported with Ms. Cody, or?
I don't know.
It was just
No, I actually, she didn't have any support at all. Because in her evidence, she said before I stand here alone. And she raised some other comments too, but she said, but in her file letter, she said, if this is how we were, I have any ancestors buried there. But the actual hearing, she didn't mention the name, at all.
Right. And so her objection unwavering, we see it quickly decided is that she wanted her objection to be noted in full.
She wanted her objection to be noted, and certainly didn't withdraw it. And I think she held on to it firmly, but she did say in her evidence that she recognized that this is probably going to be a anyway. And she said, I realized that this is good, valuable land for housing development, and that it is good town planning. And therefore, I asked if the human remains are found on the land, then it would be my wish that they be reinterred in the Gibb reserve area, not in the place where they were located, in the Gibb reserve area, and that a memorial be established by the Waikanae Land Company owners, and then she gave the wording about the memorial that she wanted, which was something to the effect that Ātiawa brought Christian to this area in 1839.
And that's the clean part of the thing that they really want to see it. But in terms of the proceedings, why did the council say there's no certain evidence? There's no certain evidence of
Because there was no evidence at all.
the effect, which is very well done. So there's necessarily objection. And that's the whole theory behind that question. But the council had a full hearing on it, and they had records from the Maori Land Court displayed that according to the Maori Land Court records, there was no record of a sanitary nuisance for that land.
And in terms of their attention to that issue, what was your observation about?
Now,
Well, how did you observe and how attentive were they to that issue of the potential that it was a Maori area?
well, I think that they were reliant on getting something from the Maori Land Court. The fact that they asked for a letter from the Maori Land Court, I think probably might well have given them the thought that there's no need for them to research it for themselves.
So was the approach to the Maori Land Court just a matter of court, normal court, or was there something special about that community?
Well, it was instigated because of the Maori sanitary designation on the land, which was on there when the company purchased the land. And therefore, in purchasing the land, Waikanae company limited use of the land with no use to it, and this that designation was removed.
So you bought it at some risk. You bought it.
Yes.
Did you know?
Uh,
Did you think that would get removed?
No, I think that there was complete reliance put on the position by the records of the Maori Land Court, and that Waikanae Land Company Limited, which satisfied with that as well as Council.
Doesn't it make more sense to say Maori asked for the land to be designated as a cemetery? Being the landowners at that time, they consented to that designation. And it recognised their values at the time. I mean,
Well, I don't know.
what else might happen?
We have say Maori only asked for it. Well, one person might have asked for it in the front of the market. I don't know. There's no record of it.
There's no record of it, but the fact of the matter is the council acted and placed a designation on the land.
It was in 1968.
And we're not aware that the council had any accepted any financial responsibility for developing the city.
No.
So it was either providing, if Māori owned it and they wanted to use it as an oil farm, they were pretty safe. They didn't need a designation.
No.
Um,
They could have been using it since 1920 or earlier.
So it sort of strikes me as being something that's come about to represent an existing reality as opposed to a future reality.
Where the company was the fact that it was 10 acres at one stage, it didn't become 20 acres. So this is 10 acres or 20 acres. So obviously there was some variability to the extent of the land that was wanted. And there is no record that I have seen that there had been any variables on that land other than between 1848 and 1853. And I don't think there were any variables on the land after the partition was made in 2020. And in fact, the records of anything indicates that there mustn't have been an agreement on land as to what uses it should have. Because one of the letters that was put out around about 2015, 2010, the letter indicated that the whole matter was becoming disruptive to the using and becoming fragmented as far as any relationship is concerned. No, that's really
completely separate from what sort of inquiry done. Let's say that the link with the collective belief that those people who, through oral tradition, have claimed some knowledge, they very significantly from our EU as and that's the received wisdom. And that's the only record we have. So that the collective determination is whatever number of bones there are, the people who are here in this place is very significant. Extremely significant.
If I weren't at the financial HPC hearing,
No, that's, I understand that, but that could be because of processes with what we now know are dislocations by the whole range of because I think we have to acknowledge reading the Waikanae to begin with reports that the impact of we'll call it colonisation has been significant. So let's just say now standing here with people who have a level of education have now got themselves, not with great resources, but the point there is a coherent understanding amongst them, they're working together, they say, based on all, triangulating all of our pieces of information, this place we now know is extremely significant for us. Someone's going to determine that that's a significant piece of evidence of the place.
I'm sure, and I accept it respectfully, and I accept it as a belief, and certainly do not want to deliver that.
Yeah, because I mean, the reality is, in life, 30 people don't spend up from their jobs to spend time on transport. It's got to be very serious one. And so my question is, looking down the turnpike, leaving aside all of what we're doing and what our task is here, and we don't have to do with anything, but so why we go back into our room and we shake our heads and we say, how can it be in the 21st century that we have to decide this question?
And I agree.
You know, I mean, it's really, you have to be that frank about it. It's like,
and how do you think Waikanae?
well, and I do understand that it's very easy to demonise the smaller group. So I do understand that we've got to resist the tendency to demonise people. But we can't help but feel that if this land is developed, it's going to tear the heart out of a lot of people. And I just don't think, as New Zealanders, we should be doing it. I think we should, we'll make our decision if you want, but if people want. But really, the Crown and the Council and the Waikanae and the Ātiawa need to work together to come to an acceptable.
Well, we would like to do that, and Waikanae Land Company Limited would like to try and work together. And there have been great efforts to do that since the 1990s. No stage of somebody in this country without consulting with every representative at Archaeology to use that. And in the stage 5 development, there is one comes to mind, which is called Maurice Place now, there was an email from Susan Ford about the development there, which indicated they were not concerned with anything other with regard to that development. Time for it to go ahead. The only concern is whether or not it would affect the local authority in the Waimani
other side, who sort of come forward through all those steps, and those things. There was no even representation there before, and it just had its own belief that it was square stone.
Yeah, and I understand that, and I probably discourse about what happened. It can be understandable why you make assumptions and so forth, but I guess you say, we'll proceed according to law on the evidence, but we just have to say, we feel this is awful that we are having this discussion about something which there's no future in it. It's like I can see you start doing development and then there's protests and then there's this, and all the neighbourhood who actually don't want this are then pulled into it. And it's just so free, social unrest that I just don't think I can, I just have to say openly, morally, I just find it very difficult.
Yes, because I think, and I enjoy people. Yes, and I understand that. And the one point I should make is that Waikanae Land Company, when it was not a developer as such these days, it was part of a group of companies that went into practice. And the only people financially interested in Waikanae Land Company now are the unpaid investor holders from going back for a long period. Families of ordinary New Zealanders who have the same problem. They are the ones who are going to be affected by it, not a couple of wealthy developers.
Right. Well, I'm sorry, I got it. But I just the point that Dr. Baker was making, which is having a mature conversation around, well, now that we're here and we listen to both sides' positions, what is the way forward? Sadly, we are a sideshow here, and there needs to be that mature conversation.
Indeed. Well, one thing I would like to emphasise is that I had great respect, I would have to say, for Mr. Owen, and ever since that hearing, I have always taken the view personally that if any human remains were found, they should be dealt with in the way she wanted. And that would have been primarily not just placing them in some spot, but putting them in their review, like the review area, the reserve area there, the way she suggested. And the council varied that by instead of naming that as the area for the improvement, council in order indicated that if any remains were found, they should be reinterred in a location determined by the Waikanae County Town Committee.
So the only reflection I have on that is that if the people in this area describing the leader are very senior people in the family, and it's a bit like saying, well, we can go into the bottom of St. Peter's, we can put St. Paul over here. It's like, yeah, we could do, but the world because it's about their tradition and the significance of those things, not ours, but if I was to draw an analogy, those are the sort of text to try and understand why they bring significance in things. That's how I would find it. It's this very spiritual theory. So anyway,
yes, it is that because it is being treated as a location for our regular And that is a battleground still. And the only human remains found here were 9 individuals, 6 of whom were infants in the body, six of whom were children and infants. And when Major Hearing brought her and she died from the heat of the Tāpaki, where there were burial stories about the what hasn't ever been done is have all the significant earthworks and underground installations to be done throughout that land. There is no sign of a musket or anything to do with battleground burials. It's normal signs, battle equipment, and the statement that I have seen that there is a bit more for warriors to be buried where they fell, together with their possessions at the time, and there is no evidence of that at all. So if one expects the evidence based on theory, this whole question here is whether this is a burial ground in that battle, or whether it isn't. And leaving the link aside, there is absolutely no evidence to be started here. There are a lot of the other minor things, which I'm sure will not be complicated. One of them was well, there was mention of the name Mary Common, and the individuals who were named as being there were recited in Ātiawa's book, Hapū, and in the area of dealing with that, and her ancestors being buried there. I thought it should also be said, while that reference to those burials was right, in the same context, however, the location of our is unknown. I think that association is a very special story, and that comment was made by him, as well as the statement what Mary Common had told at the court that was given them.
Dredging and on the but it's likely that obviously it's all dredged and through this would be the level and like the ones that we stored. And you're going to see that you didn't hope that was acceptable, but you didn't because you were really quite referring to what is that in the
I thought we were watching the group and I was there on occasion, but I was there once a month for a meeting one side. And all ages staying there. I'm sure I would have heard about it if it was happening. I didn't go down there daily and see what was happening.
We did hear this morning that the driver did find something and forward because
oh no, that was the disturbance in July 2000 when the current year, that's the week in the equation.
So is it conceivable that
the region?
Yes, or the region.
Well, I don't know much about region, but it may be that I did hear it, and give you a little bit more information about that, and my knowledge about that area. But I know that one of the archaeologists actually dug a pit on the site to see whether there was any overfill in much of that area of the phase six area and found that there was none. And so Dr. Or I have other time.
I think I'll start by clarifying the role, my role as an archaeologist in my relationship with WLC. So, as an archaeologist, I'm bound by the areas of interest, something to do with our document association, and I'm working under the basic and that's essentially dictates how we work. And within that scope of that, we're prescribed certain ways to report, in particular how we undertake that risk assessment. And this is pretty good, just sort of what you're thinking about earlier on about a lot of the relationships. And it's quite heavily prescribed how we have to do that. And so this relationship between cultural values and archaeological values and consultation and how we interact is quite well defined. And so consultation is required, and it can be negative and positive. And that either in the form of a CIA or a CDA, is had in the 2015 CDA. And then that's incorporated with the NCR across the system. And that can be the outcome is noted, or the specifics in the CDA that's incorporated with the actual systems or the private interpretation. And that's sort of the umbrella that we're looking. Now, I'm independent of WLC, and I'm advocating for everything. And I'm not saying that I'm going to come on board and give you the outcome that you want, and I look at it as available information. And so, what I found was what the LC named and the there's a lot of information there that's not information based, or it can't be tied slightly down, or it's hearsay or so forth. And there's a lot of depth in what's being figured out there, what the science is coming with now, and what the development is becoming. And so I take all those aspects and incorporate it into my work, plus a body of historical research. And then I use that to guide my conclusions and recommendations. And I've always recommended that, particularly with burials in the Mahina-a-rangi area and what was written to the sciences down there, that's be protected. And that can be protected as a reserve, or that can be protected however way the sciences, but that's beyond my range of discussion. Now, the science tells you, and the history tells you, that all the evidence shows that the area is a known burial area, and the area where there's potential burial is indicated by the geophysical survey, and there's three geophysical surveys taken. I've independent of my work, so they were undertaken by the board. Looked at their results. I've incorporated those results into the landscape knowledge that we have, and that's how I define and make my decision. So that's my role. I don't go to the client and say, I'll look at you and I think we're going to reach from that. I'm outlining the more, if they don't react, how we can operate with that. And so so for these, for example, but the archaeological values of that site and non-existent, because there's no archaeological record, there's no material there. So we can't attribute values for that. The potential is potential there, but I said that it's low because we're doing change of there, and there's still no evidence on the landscape. So that's specific before there. If you extrapolate that up to it's 36 to the rest, obviously it's completely
different continents. We have now an archaeology, we have a burial area, it's good, so the secondary discipline. But it has very high, what's very high cultivating. But I can't speak to those cultivating, it's divine. Now, what's happened recently is that kind of mismatch between, like you're talking about, why can't we talk together and why can't we, why do we do things? Recently, we've had a directive from Kerr to New Zealand that we now have to consider things existing authority process. We have to consider decaying. And so we have to discuss decaying with and then we have to incorporate those views in our work. So that's bringing in a broader kind of concept of an understanding of those values we grow with. So we're not, the people are not just discounting it and saying, well, that's not value, what you value. So there is sort of some certainty, and it could definitely be better, but that's sort of where we're at. So, I'll be very brief with you, obviously, really late. I'll just cover a few points that were made by Dr. David that I sort of feel have been put out of context and I still need to study what's going on. So I've always agreed from occasions that you know, on the UFOC name. And in the first instance, it's been clearly defined by a Korean discovery and the Higgs. And I've also said that I agree with a wider extent of future that is defined by the science, by the talking about it. I acknowledge the name Korea, but it's completely new to the location of the speaking about. There's nothing definitive that is Korea that is good. So it's not enough for the empirical data for me to say, yeah, I totally agree. And that's always been my sound after the research.
Do you find that you were going to sit here, there are often occasions where different descriptions are given at different times. So when you're doing an historical analysis, let's say one person writes a letter and says, today the location is unknown. And because we're in a archaeology, that text takes on this great way, but actually it's unknown. And yet there's a collective of people who would, if they were asked, would say, oh, that person's not right, and that this talking nonsense. We all know that. And so there's a way in which when you're dealing with a culture that isn't recording in the same way that provides a historical record as others, because they're passing that tradition down in a different way. If you apply European lens, the historical record starts to look distorted. Because we have these people saying different things. And we assume the text is right.
Yeah. Well, we talk about the roots. We need to the description of it, and we're very limited about how we look at it.
And then the other thing is, when it's a sacred ground, and there is still a sense about the threat of people misusing that knowledge, even the talking can be maybe saying it's unknown, is to make sure it is remains unknown to certain people. And that's sort of, I don't know, I just think if you start standing back and think about, well, let's put ourselves in their shoes. It's not true. That's why they say it's tiawa. Go back there and find out from the people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it's too close to that. I mean, when I came on board, I think the email to, I went to the more and more to see ourselves as an area of business focus. I'd love to meet and discuss the project. No. I couldn't get all the sense into that discussion directly like that.
No, but we did have the like we did have, and of course the Waikanae General Report is only that it is looking for a particular lens, but there's the Woodley report, how this whole works, is historians are looking at this thing with an historical method, so you have a lot of resources. They probably didn't want to talk to you because they said, you know, well, talk to you about developing this like that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. But I mean, I've been through the same archives that the women been doing so and a lot of what the report based on. I've been through all that, and we can only take that what's there. The stuff that's in the old traditions or it doesn't want to be told, we're talking about whatever. That's acknowledged in the CIA. You know, they have acknowledged that it's there, but I can't speak more to that because that's.
No, but what do you stand with? Because archaeology is not a story, and you're listed there's archaeology. All this body of evidence that's been accumulated points to the area having significance, feels great significance to the area.
I've acknowledged that, and I acknowledge that there's significant component area there. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that that all points to one area, and not one area, which is the burial site. Right, and so there's none of this evidence of these mass burials or even singular burials from the battlefield, which is very good. It's like it. A huge development like this, with an incredible version of it. You get all these house stories, and none of these burials are cleared up. And
So when you're doing ground imaging, let's say someone's gone through it and let's go in your appointment. Is that what you're doing about?
It's two different things. GPR, ground penetrating radar. You know, ground penetrating radar will do the radar in the ground, the direction between signal.
And what's the depth of that?
You know, so
It's not depth.
So you can define the depth as you do it.
And so it's a highly accurate method of actually ascertaining the urgency of what.
It's usually the breaking thing around. It's hitting a different object, a different structure component of the ground, and the signal bouncing back on that. So say you have a pipe, you go along in transits. These days they're multi-arrays that are shooting up all working. You go along the transit, and that transit is actually keep bouncing off the pipe, and you do that. And these days, multi-array is really on the ground. So it's really interesting.
So what's the proven accuracy of that technology? If, for example, there's been massive earthworks to create the lagoons.
Yeah.
And that's been placed on the site.
Well, that's where the ground truthing comes from. So, well, there's been two GPR surveys and one geomagnetic survey. The geomagnetic was probably more than the ground. So, for instance, filling material, I think it's just different geomagnetic survey than the original. And so what happened there was talked about in 2000. He undertook the geophysical survey, geodate survey, and then he got himself and the test to verify his results, his thesis about what's happening. And that showed, and that was an area close to the we discovered, and that showed that there was an immensely significant in that area. And so that's essentially the area we developed. The ground truthing result, which then figured out. And that,
So when you were writing about computer anomalies, what does it mean?
so the geophysicists, with the training they were doing, they just determine what they think those are. And so simple things like magnetic objects, the neutral objects in ground, but bipolar signals, like a very distinct signal. Whereas obviously the effect of the signal, and so the geophysicists make that interpretation. So when I looked at all their information, they're the same. The GPR was saying, holding up the burial, possible burial
modern. So they'll indicate what all the numbers are in their plan based on their knowledge and their ability to manipulate about it.
So they can tell whether it's new to.
Here's all the five things are really obvious.
So when you say that ground truthing is the only way forward, what you're really saying is to establish what's there ultimately, it needs to be filmed in an archaeological site.
No. Well, not to definitively say for years, but I think we can accurately say that I'm more variable based on the information. And that's not, from my point of view, to say they're variable.
And that's, and I see that with a clarification for it on the ground, we've understood. Because my understanding, what Mr. Gibb is describing as ground truthing, it's absolutely clear, is not digging where you take a particular anomaly. It is digging in another location to ascertain what the makeup of the ground in the vicinity is, because that may allow you to validate the way that you are interpreting the vision instead of else. But it's not digging in a place where you see it possibly there or likely or anything like that. It's going somewhere else, getting some information about what the ground is made up.
Yeah, so talk about collective and then I'm saying how these from the way materials, I don't really know. I need to go on anymore. I mean,
I got the impression that there was a slightly higher degree of certainty around stage 14 and stage 6, is that true?
yeah. Well, with the stakes which we had all never done, and they later showed also clearly in this area around there and to the west and north, so that's the area and will be having the further down. It's a small area, it's quite disturbed, and we're relying on the fact that we can see what's going on through the building at the time. And it's also a kind of a quick thing to do the service of the big area to get over the results. It's going to be a lot of go through the station.
And so you haven't been asked to do evidence at this stage to go. It was really stage 6.
Yeah.
I'm just asking Mr. Gibb whether he's describing the area that he considers worthy of protection and what he's doing that takes. That hasn't been identified diagrammatically in the area. And I'm wondering if there's a way that we might be able to indicate you by looking at one of the other plans in the evidence, the one that is included things, what the area is that he's describing.
Probably the best is PC2 underscore planning evidence underscore PSA underscore IPI PCA1. It's one of the council will give you the relevant pages. Oh, maybe that's some point. Yeah, this is another. I think it's expected from
Well done. Sorry, I've got this. I can't draw all the anomalies from memory of here, but basically, the Karibi site is about here, and most of the anomalies are sort of scattered around here. And I essentially said you give this a buffer and you basically sort of that area and you protect that.
And so I put down this promise.
Good night, commissioners.
I should just say, we haven't forgotten Art. He'll probably be here. I do apologise, but this topic is very important for us to get to it.
I sat down Saturday afternoon to give you a 2-page executive summary and decided that wasn't the best way to deal with this particular issue. So I'm going to pause at certain points and just comment on certain points that prove my evidence. Starting on page 4, I'd actually like to almost retract the point, or at least amend it, where I infer at para 14, I say as a proposed qualifying matter, it would be expected that it would be excluded from the application of the NPRS. And of course it is, because that appears in the existing plan in terms of all those other qualifying matters that the plan imposes. So my assumption that that rule needed to import that into that rule is actually incorrect when I reflect on it. All right, thank you for that. But I would also say that when you look at that rule in terms of the ultra vires argument, that rule deals with the consequential. It deals with excluding or referring to lesser amounts of enablement in the coastal hazard zone, etc. And it does deal with those consequentials, and the rest, of course, are already instruments in the plan, provisions in the plan. So it kind of colours that sort of legal argument as well. Be that as it may. Okay. Paragraph 19, I talk about the regime of the rules for the sites of significance for Maori, SASM. You, I think, Commissioner Maassen asked about the policy that related to that. And in paragraph 20, I actually quote that policy. I won't read it, but it's there for reference. What I say at 21 is the Whakarongotai provisions are clearly highly restricted and infer a clear presumption against any changes to allow for any activity. Now, I maintain that, but Dr. Baker this morning talked about an example of where development had been agreed, enabled, and I was hoping you were going to ask us some more questions about that, because I was interested in that, and maybe the council can tell us all a bit more about since those rules have been in place, how they have been administered in their reply, because I think that might help all of us.
Yeah,
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, sorry.
I should have explored that more and got the data. And on reflection, I see that policy somewhat begs the question, what is an appropriate subdivision and development? Is one of the most unhelpful policies. But and Dr. Baker can correct me if I'm wrong, and I'll certainly give you that opportunity. But I was having difficulty reconciling that point with the level of value that they attributed to the site. So I guess I have alluded into a belief that this notation in practical terms was of a character that would significantly impact development opportunity. In other words, that knowing what we know, how a consent process would operate, it will have a significant impact on development opportunity because the values are so great.
And that's my understanding, and I think that came through from earlier.
There might be just a difference if, well, this is the technical legal position, there's still a pathway, which is good point. But then there's also the practical point that the pathway, the reason we're here is because people have ideas about how they will play out.
Exactly. What I say in relation to that at the end of 26 is I maintain my opinion to require general residential zone and then an overlay over yet to be developed land that effectively prevents any form of development is poor practice and doesn't stand scrutiny in terms of section 32. Because it's kind of a conclusion to that point. Turning to the justification for scheduling, perhaps leaving and I cross-reference here obviously to the archaeological evidence that we've been discussing in terms of the fact that the burials aspect on the archaeological evidence is limited to a part of the area, not the whole area that is yet to be developed. And of course, has already had a huge number of work done, including services and so on. So it's not original undisturbed land. And I explore a little bit what I understand of historical cultural associations that extend over the area, being a much wider area as well as the area that is identified in Hapū. It was stated this morning in a comment on my evidence that my evidence was that there are no cultural values to be protected. That's clearly not my position. I deal with that in 34-35. I say that cultural values relate to both tangible and non-tangible values. In this case, the tangible values appear to be linked to identifiable area, while the non-tangible cultural values relate to the history of the wider Waikanae and even Hapū area, as well as the site. As a planner, I consider it is important that the cultural values and history of the wider area are recognised and fully acknowledged. It is important that where there is evidence of Koiwi, those remains are left undisturbed and protected. However, the archaeological evidence is that this requires protection of only a relatively small part of the land. Acknowledgement of the wider history of these areas can be done in a variety of ways, including through the creation of a cemetery reserve, incorporating appropriate public information on the cultural history, but that is a matter for future discussion between the parties, not for me to postulate what that exactly should be. So I then look at whole section 32 angle. And say that in 43, I previously expressed the opinion that SM provisions general instruments are so incompatible as to be a nonsense. The Council section 32 assessment was acknowledged that houses would not be consensual. We just talked about that. So I then look at section whole section 32 angle. And say that in 43, I previously expressed the opinion that SM provisions general instruments are so incompatible as to be a nonsense. The Council section 32 assessment was acknowledged that houses would not be consensual. We just talked about that. Clearly, therefore, if the evidence supported maximum protection of the entire area, then the residential zone should be deleted and replaced with a cemetery designation underlying open space zone. But then I go on to say 45, these alternatives are not consistent with the archaeological evidence. It confines that to a smaller area. And I postulate a scenario alternative here that hasn't been evaluated in section 32, which is to designate and acquire as reserved the areas of reinterred co-equine and potential other co-equine identified and ensure that any future development provides for management of that reserve by EWE and apply the MDRS to the remaining area as required by the Amendment Act. I then go on to postulate the possibility that if there are any other remaining archaeological risks I have not picked up from what's been said, that you could actually tone down the MDRS and say it's right to vote to have it doesn't apply. That is what I think should be the way forward on this matter. In terms of seeking a resolution, there's clearly an area that does have some justification for protection, has already been disturbed, but the cultural values need to be recognised and celebrated on a much broader scale. But we spent this morning hearing about in a I listened very carefully because I wanted to hear all that before I spoke. So really important values to be acknowledged. So that doesn't necessarily mean no more touching of the land.
Yeah, that's just in terms of question, do you accept that the application of Mahina-a-rangi does not offend, is a qualifying area because it simply limits the operation of the areas?
No, it was not further than 100 ruler. With swim pool so the standards that apply to 100 ruler maximum extent of land disturbance must not exceed 10 meters per calendar year, which is actually quite a lot. Yeah. Actually, in terms of an existing residential home garden. Yeah. Alterations and additions to buildings must not include basins or in-ground swimming pools. Fencing must be along the perimeter of the Whakatau or along the site boundary, so a residential boundary or the boundary of the Whakatau. And of course, accidental discoveries, but
I just don't think in my experience I've encountered like if this land is zone rural, and the question is should it become residential? It seems to me the way it's happy that it's so cultivated, so strong, you will definitely do some cities that say, leaving aside the question of process. Do you agree with that?
I think that's probably correct. It's just in the rule.
And that's why I asked Mr. Conway. To some extent, it's not, we're actually not confronting the reason why we actually are dancing around the subject, which is actually that there is now residential and at a level of expectation around use that puts it in a category of never encountered before with Whakatau. There's an undeveloped piece of residential that is clearly Whakatau. That is a very unusual situation. And so when this Slyfield says you don't come here to solve the historical injustices, to some extent you are brought into the question, how did we get here? And is it significant?
like just thinking about how we think about justice and what's appropriate, is it significant that the party that removed the designation was the same one who's now saying don't call it Whakatau? In other words, it does become, like all questions of justice, contextual.
And we've been through nearly 40 years of the R&A
Yeah,
without dealing with this matter.
yeah. And so Dr. Baker is right when she says, as we come to confront these issues, and we're all asking this question nationally, how do we individually respond to the grievances? Because it's starting to push to that boundary, you know what I mean? And Mr. Slyfield's submission is one way forward, and I accept that it has strength, but I just find myself thinking about history because we've seen, to me, this was rural land, and you asked about residential. It's pretty simple. The thing that confuses it is residential. And then the question is, well, how did it become this? Like, how did it become not controlled or protected? And perhaps we shouldn't go there, but I'm just testing you because that's actually, I suggest to you, informing your thinking that it is residential, that you would not be sitting here today if the argument was a different context.
It's also a very big area. Is for one part of the mind experience is a very big area. Even in the rural context.
Yeah. So I would just, what you were talking about was so you were going through the
I've got to the end.
And did you see the cultural values when you talked about those? Was it based on cultural influences?
No, I am the planning witness for section 4B, which is the small area in the south. I have undertaken conferencing with 2 other planners over that. As part of the evidence that's been submitted to the court, includes cultural evidence from the Ātiawa, from Dr. Baker included, which I've had the opportunity to read. And I sort of said in there, without wanting to quote the evidence, without being able to put it in front of you, that I have taken some understandings from that. And that's what I'm relying on, not anything else.
What is your paragraph 34? Which to me kind of sums up a lot of what we're at odds over at the moment. We say, I agree, cultural values relate to both tangible and non-tangible values. And it also relates to the issue I had in the mind there, Tikana versus cultural. Because if those who are written with the word stick on, I can understand it. But with the use of the words cultural, I'm wondering whose cultural we're talking about, the Lord. This one or we have mixed with the two. Because if you're talking about tikana now, arguably there's no such thing as tangible and non-tangible tikana. So that's what I read out of that. And it's that different mindset or that different perception of the same thing that trips us up all the time. And that's a classic for me. That's why I agree with you. Paragraph 34, and then I mean the second thing speaks for itself, but it does cut to the quick. I guess on the one hand the use of words and how you use them, like the words cultural, but more than that, it really does speak to, I think, the schism or the gap that still exists in an understanding, and almost the assumptions that people make. People assume that they talk about culture, you run over that. because I've written about it before, we had an interesting, an addiction here, I won't use it, but here I go down south. There's somebody came in and thought, I'm a Counsel expert. And he goes, English. It has nothing to do with the culture I thought we were talking about. You know, there's different culture altogether. So I think we do have to be wary of the language, the terminology that.
I'm not suggesting they're disconnected. They're very connected.
Yeah, but it's not obvious. It doesn't read that way. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
The policy that I quoted, and will bring Commissioner Martin's attention to, talks about non-disturbed surplus, which may affect the physical features and the non-physical values of the place or area.
Yeah.
But that uses, different words but similar language, I suppose, for that requirement.
Yeah. Well, I took on board the point you made about we do need to get together and talk and find a way to have a conversation. I've been saying that all the time. That's nothing new. I think but it's just, I don't know. We haven't quite got there, and I don't think we will, because we're kind of entrenched. And there's a legal aspect to this that the legal people are very good at talking about. But I'm sitting here as I'm a non-legal person, and even with my training, I get lost by a lot of it. I don't fully understand it because they don't connect. They don't join us together. We're having two separate conversations all the time. There's a conversation going on here around planning and the legal stuff, which I understand, but it's disconnected to the other conversation that Ātiawa is having about, what particular one means for them. It isn't as measurable as an archaeologist review might see. We found so many bones. This one here will say, doesn't matter how many bones there or not there. Just because they're not there doesn't mean to say they don't exist. That's the way we think about it. They pick up our history, our songs, all our sayings, wrap all that sort of stuff up into our bundle. And it's just that the bundles don't quite connect. They are two bundles out there. Don't get me wrong, and they continue to be. And I think the will, I suspect, is there to make the connection with the bundles. It's just that people aren't quite sure how to go about doing it. Because we're still having a different conversation. Our conversations are still 100 miles apart. Quite, I think everyone is trying to get them to this point. They haven't quite got there yet. And that's what I hear. This really, me. That we still have got a long way to do to join up the dots. But I do hear, give everyone saying, yeah, this is the way, this is how we need to do. We need to sort of get outside some of our comfort bubble, be able to really understand what the other partner is talking about. And it's the kind of partnership thing that, co-governance is a big word for a lot of people at the moment. But in a sense, it's a reality. It's what this sort of challenge calls for, some sort of semblance or a version of a co-government, whatever it is. I don't know what it's called. Co-government is one of the words that at least brings me closer to what I think ought to be done. And that is that there's a reality check that both sides of it, not just one side of the divide. But I will say that at least sitting down in the same room like we have today, and you hear what the other people are saying, even if it might be confrontational, you may not like what you hear, but at least you can see it. Without, if you don't, you continue not to, and you continue to like that. But I'm encouraged from what I'm hearing, I think that, but I suspect that's come from a long line of events. Even but it needs to go on. They need to get a bit more steam under it.
Well, I'm discouraged that my fellow commissioner doesn't find verbal arguments as verbal. Thank you very much. And thank you for helping our own company Tim for the thoughtful sort of arguments. And on the topic of tiawa, obviously we'll do the job that we as assigned to do, but we echo the points made that this conversation will need to continue and come to a resolution. Yeah. Now we're moving to submit a 210 Ātiawa to Whakarongotai and Hapū for Ōtaki and Ngāti Rangatira, or A.R.T for short. This is the 5 minutes. the faces, and follow in person.
I'll do my photos. All of us, I believe, introduce ourselves again. I will say I'm person from Ōtaki, but people who I said, and people who going. So today we need to speak to our submission. Last week, Ōtaki spoke about a number of things, including noting that the art confederation is made up of the Hapū of Ātiawa, Ngāti, Raukawa, Gibb, and School. I think you might have got the picture by now that we're quite intentional and active in educating what's important for art. We've got a really clear direction of where we want to go. And we continue to work collectively to continue to uphold the principles of the Tupu Rangatira that we talked about last week. We're told this is having a significant local and national impact, including supporting the revitalisation of the. We would like to have a similar impact on the revitalisation of Ātiawa and our ability to connect with our places of significance. We revitalise the well-being of Mahina-a-rangi species, amongst other things. And to ensure that final funds are being invested in places that will provide for the long-term well-being of all people on the parts of place. While we talked last week about meaningful engagement and timing, so I'll just touch on that today. We acknowledge again the planning officers for the work that we did together. We're really proud of the pioneer provisions. And actually, we think the council officers we targeted with the Maassen precinct. We continue to push them further as we did last week. It was an important step for us towards operating under a 50 house model, which is our aspiration. This model recognises the breadth of art knowledge and interest in the rohi, and it also ensures that art is funded appropriately to participate. We note there are aspects though of the plan change that we should have been involved in, but we're not. I think I explained last week that it's the dilemma we find ourselves in, primarily because of the way that the legislation has been written and the instructions that have been given to councils. So they're in a bind and we're stuck, as we talked about last week. There are matters in our submission that KCBC have not accepted. And in some instances, I've noted that this does not preclude us working together on these in the future outside of this ISE group. We know it's important to art that we do work together on those matters and that they're brought to us to progress together. Last week, we talked a bit about the rights and concerns with the intensification policies and objectives and the legislation and contributing itself. We think this is an important point and it's ongoing and we're going to continue to be the minister about it. I'll highlight again that the document that causes for mana whenua and council to try to work together. We continue to have concerns about that. I want to kind of place it. Last week, we also spoke about the nature of some of our institutions and settlements in Ōtaki, potentially a qualifying matter to recognise a historical Whakatau area. And just to feel what we can roll and today out there. One of the other matters was infrastructure. We made a recommendation in our submission and we maintain that infrastructure should be a qualifying matter. Council processes and access to funding is too slow to provide certainty for us that that infrastructure will be provided in an adequate and timely way. Infrastructure failure has significant impact on our matters of national significance, protected under Section 50 of the RMA. In line with this, we appreciate all the requests for rezoning evidently supported by KCDC. I spoke quite a bit about the infrastructure and climate change last week. We didn't have a discussion about it though, so I just want to highlight some of the points from last week. Basically, the picture is that Ōtaki is a wetland, a floodplain really, with numerous waterways, natural springs, ponds and lakes. It's also got a high or low water table depending on how people describe it. That means in some areas, actually in one particular area, a developer has recently dug a hole to see what's going to happen, and the hole filled up with water. And they keep that in and keep filling up with water. So a bit of a problem for that development. Historical land development has created more stormwater flowing impacts on the ability of our environment to naturally manage higher rainfalls. We note the we note the KCDC, hydraulic utility policy means that new developments are required to limit pre-development runoff and offset design stormwater impacts, both in terms of quality and quantity. We acknowledge this is good in principle, but we're quite aware that people can and do obtain consent to work around this. So the assumption that's in a council report about the infrastructure, the new developments will not impact the current constraint as a bit broad, we think. The developments have a cumulative effect on the water table and spongeability of the environment to absorb and manage any heavy rains. We've been advised that our stormwater system is built to manage a maximum of 20 millimetres of water per hour. Anything more than that, and I'm not even talking about a major weather event, I'm talking about a medium or the level event or that. Anything more than that will overflow the systems. It's not unusual to see roadways on the town residential area flooded after heavy rain. And that's now. That's before the sort of level of development happens. So anything more, and it's just going to flow on the streets. The assumption that it will just flow down the rivers and out to sea isn't correct when you look at the nature of the environment here. So we're advised that we're on a really fine line here, and that's before considering climate change and rising sea levels and increased weather events. So we're concerned with the big picture. The district can task is to regulate land use. That has to include prohibiting development when infrastructure is not in place and the town and lives could be at risk. The council certainly has a responsibility in that respect. The recent flood and weather events in Whakatau, Maassen, Alphen and Ōtaki on the east coast have shown us all what a devastating impact can be on a built-up area. There are some similarities between East Valley and Ōtaki. It's not really a stretch to anticipate that a weather event here will have a similar impact. ACPC are aware of this from their own HBA report, pages 270 and 71, which is our honour from last floor on Friday. The Ōtaki has a number of potential constraints to its water and wastewater network due to the high levels of anticipated growth of land. Potential constraints in our wastewater and drinking water networks over the medium and long term. Stormwater capacity is also significantly challenged in the district as a large number of existing urban areas are unaffected by flood. Early pipe networks being put in place in accordance with what was required at the time without foreseeing long-term changes to the district's growth and climate. So we're not ready for the development that's enabled by PC2. The instruction from the government to enable and worry about infrastructure later is a terrible way to live, especially when that development is not in the control of KCBC. We can't be sure that it will happen on time. We regard it as neglectful and it requires common sense. Proceeding to enable intensification is more than neglectful. It's more than irresponsible. For us, it's criminal. So now Ōtaki, supported by A.R.T, are serious in our request for an infrastructure qualifying matter for Ōtaki. We ask you to support our request to do the right things in the right sequence and care for our Maurice would do, because it's the responsible thing to do, the right thing. I want to support the comments around Whakarongotai, ensuring that we're not limited about where our established because of the availability of land, and the request that we hear from Kerr to protect that Whakarongotai Māori while limiting what can happen close to those areas. We hope that our collective submission has clearly illustrated that our values are holistic and interconnected. We are part of and in a reciprocal relationship with the Ātiawa, which means that it is critical that our values are incorporated throughout the district plan, and that every effort is made to not undermine the protection of those values. This includes the reduction of the protection of cultural values. Before handing over to Honour, I'd just like to express our support of the Slyfield corridor regarding Ātiawa, and note that it's an area of interest to all of us. It's understood by many people across the arm to be a very wide area that needs protecting. So it's really difficult to listen to today. For Ōtaki, we'd like to say that we believe any requests are not restricted away of this nature is quite horrendous. It's an example of profit before tiawa and partnership. We find it quite apparent that anyone would deem it appropriate to do development, works, engineering work, and the like. Where there has been and will continue to be human remains unearthed, relocated or removed for the sake of financial profit. It's a transgression of the toughy nature of every part, and we agree it's morally wrong. Further, it's quite insulting and narrow-minded to hear the comments around no substantive evidence or inconsistencies of these lands on any part in the main area. And I think we've recognised that argument for a certain type of evidence and law of reason is presented as quite Eurocentric and actually racist, and therefore very offensive. Here's some comments around reports from Ātiawa, and I think it would interest you to know that that work is unfinished. Our time work did not wish for all of our Waihi Hapū to be listed at that time, as it's been highlighted areas. And some of them can become tourist spots and kind of defeats the idea, defeats the purpose of them being designated as a Waihi Hapū or an area set aside, and some of them being completely protected. The best way to do that for some places is for them to not even be known of. So there is more work to be done for our Waihi Hapū with some sort to be recognised as in this area. Okay, no, I'll pass it over to Anna. I'm going to repeat some of the points that we made the other day because they really are coming hard things as well as the 94 things. But I would like to actually sort of start my audio with some of the audio taken earlier and then acknowledge how compiled with that course in the room. And it was actually quite observing to listen to some of that presentation because the law gives kind of putting over clear rights under the RMA and the legislation, and also council to execute those rights. So even entertaining some of those things can be optional, but quite quite entertaining, but also quite upsetting. And one of them was the 77, the entertainment of 77I in the IPI. So the argument was, the council should be sort of looking at 770I qualifying matters in applying the new zones. So I just would like to say that 77I, A, and F, and also G and H also that needs to give the that and needs to give weight to scientific values. So, and in some cases, I think in the law, which I take over that as well, takes precedence over the 77 I that has been mentioned about. So that's one point. The other point is about the NPS guidance, NPS guidance. So, objective 5 and policy 9, taking into account principles to your autonomy and the MFE guidance review, clearly identified that, and this applies to tier 1, 2, and 3 urban environments with the councils. Nothing in the NPS limits the obligations of local authorities on the impacts. So we can't even entertain talking about whether the savings or the section 6 matter should be or should be not included. So that takes priority. So I'd like to make that point too. And add sort of the arguments that have been made because they're kind of borderline illegal. So, and I also would like to say that we work with the council officers and as Kirsten mentioned, that this whole process has been quite onerous for me and also the council officers to provide information. So I'd like to make that point that I made on Friday, that proposed IPI claim changes across the country and across Ireland have been done in a way that help us not reach the EU engagement requirements because the time frame offered to us was very little, and the evidence that has been offered to us also was very little, such as the kind of conversation that we had before about the part of the area. So all of our savings, they should be in the district plan schedule posted before we have this conversation, but that has to be done because some of us are going through settlement information and some of us going through, having to identify the legal documents. So that has to be done before we have this quarterly. But since the council officers didn't have any information in front of them, we're having to have asked documentation material. So this means that the implementation of given effective section 6 has been about half-baked, which is quite unacceptable. And I mentioned before, and I'll reiterate, the council is required under the RMA 31C, 31.2C, 3.4A, and B to prepare reports for us to consider, and we haven't seen any of that. And that's not necessarily the fault of anyone, it's just the reality of the situation. But unfortunately, all of the information in the material relates to Section 6 matters, which needs to be given effect under the national reporting of the RMA. So that's one point. And the other one is I sort of completely support what person said about the infrastructure being a qualifying matter, because there's absolutely crucial to our concept rule that is vested under the Section 7 of the Act. If that is not being vested, then we can't execute the concept rule. So that needs to be considered really, really seriously, because that basically fails to deliver our role over tie-up. So that's the other point that I would like to talk about. And the other one is Papahāinga, the Command Officer Mahi, working with us on Papahāinga chapter and the provisions. And we would like that to be applied to designs that are also available in the business plan, so that we can execute our tier one assessment. I think that's me.
I think this is a long day. Once the last night of the planning unit at Mahina-a-rangi, and we will really be a test of the last one. I just want to acknowledge what a long day it's been, and my appreciation for the intention of our panel, and the support of all our whānau who are here and listening, and also, I guess, what it was to forge this relatively new relationship between the council and Tonga and to start doing things more in the right way. It's not really good, isn't it? I think I don't have much more to add. I just thought it might be helpful to close the day just to summarise and say, given everything that's been here over these 2 weeks, what is it to deal with the relationship that Māori have with the environment in implementing the matters that council is to implement, and in making the decisions that this panel is to make. And so, coincidentally, my starting point too was to go to the Ministry for the Environment's reminder that nothing in NPSUD limits the obligation of local authorities under primary legislation, including the environment. So I wanted to, on this kind of thing at the starting point, I wanted to start here. And I then wanted to look at NDRS and just affirm as the Commission has done. The NDRS means the requirements, conditions, and permissions as set out in S100 A, which is inclusive of the objectives and policies in S100. And I want to echo objective 1, which says a well-functioning urban environment enables and provides for social, economic, and cultural well-being now and in the future. And if I take this cascade a step down again to policy 2, and the requirement to apply the NDRS across residential zones except in circumstances where qualifying is relevant. And in that case, you have to make the NDRS less enabling of development only to the extent necessary to accommodate the purpose of these decisions, which is that matters. To the extent necessary to accommodate certain sets of needs. And so, from my reading, that would mean, as directed by the Executive Policy, in S100 A, that you introduce what you need to in a plan change, and the NDRS matters include density standards, when restricted committed activity status, how subdivision is treated, what type of activity it is, what a residential zone must apply for, that all those matters need to be altered to the extent it's necessary to accommodate our life. And if that means that the density standards are more, or the height standards are in the case of the car park are more, then that's what's required to be accommodated. And I appreciate you're being given a simplistic, non-legal interpretation, but as a planner, that to me is the common sense way you interpret the cascade from the RMA to the End of PC2 and through those provisions in it. And I agree that we're not talking about historical matters. We're talking about the influence that our history has on how we use them today. So don't think that we disregard tribunal findings because they're occupied with parts. And the tribunal itself is not occupied with parts. It makes recommendations to say, this is what is needed to be done in order for things from now and in the future to be compliant with these systems. So I reject again that mischaracterization of the acts. All that being said, it is not at all too late to do the right thing. We sit here with a very now experienced understanding that what is lost has been lost. And we've managed it to the best of our ability. But it's not too late to stop the continuance of mismanagement of our Whakatau and of our income. So what is the right way in picking up on the theme of what's the relationship moving forward? Or some advice? The first thing is that our people, our tupuna, our ancestors are not anomalies in the ground. They are people. And speaking about them in this way is part of that dehumanization of what we're actually talking about. Second piece of advice, please do not speak for our tupuna like our auntie Alphen and suggest another nonsense that she would say using that cemetery for housing is in the good town planning. I know she didn't say that because I've read the minutes and followed the tribunal and I put what she said up on the screen for that reason. So the people we work with are those who know it's not their role to give expression to our values. And sadly, it is very difficult and potentially, to be honest, impossible to deal with people who from the outset say that actually doesn't matter if it's a burial ground. It should be developed anyhow. And this is not just a personal matter for us, as has been discussed, as a country, the suggestion that developing our burial grounds is not in the interest of good company. An anomaly by definition is something that is not expected, that is out of the ordinary. And I couldn't think of a worse way to talk about our physics and land, because we are enduring this part of this thing. We are part of the picture of ultimate order, cannot be removed. We are what should be anticipated, not ignored. It is for us to determine how our values are to be acknowledged and reflected in the land, and we are, as I said, mature enough to do that in a way that considers the interest of all. And each of the individuals has their own topical culture, and they've evidenced that. Where the binding theme of the kōtautanga is that to go back to that objective around what it is to have a well-functioning urban environment and provide for all those functions of well-being. You can't have well-being, urban or otherwise, without mind being well. We know that whether you look at justice and the criminal justice system and education, health and environment, New Zealanders can't reach wellness if you're not well with mind. So whether it's providing for Māori to live their lives and manage their economies in the way that we want to, whether it's protecting language and culture hubs like those in Ōtaki, which are not just regional linguistics, significant, they are nationally, internationally significant places celebrated by Indigenous communities around the world. It's a places that feel so deeply proud of. Or whether it's upholding the sacred rights of sacred places, providing for Māori, our culture and our traditions, and work with our community and wider well-being. Our culture is not a constraint on New Zealanders. It's only a constraint that you have made decision at the outset to ignore it. And so I'm very sorry that you want to be paid now for that money. But my advice to them is don't learn to do something and think that they will not be happy. Because thankfully we are now at a time in our history where it will. And it is not going to be us that makes it. It is you. That kind of sits with you. And I think that is
Thank you.
All right. So been a good day, and the panel doesn't really have gas and attention. to listen to a general survey of the council's response, which you might be pleased to know, Mr. Banks. So we're in the hand, we could have a Zoom conference if you want to do a wrap up. Yeah. So Mr. Banks will get 2 minutes to just do a quick wrap up. We're not going to close our hearing, we're going to give it one of the moments not needed to be done. So I won't be closing, but I will ask after Mr. Banks for Commissioner Kerr to close out for us for our side. And then follow through down in the way that you
Sure. So thank you, Chair. And you certainly assist in terms of nobody wanting to listen to the council so go on for a long period of time, particularly after today. So what I had originally intended to do, obviously the hearing is to this a broad range of topics over the last 4.5 days. And what I originally intended to do was go through the topics that we would look to give you a written reply on. Because they are quite good, and they would have given you an opportunity to then say to me, well, I think, either that's, well, we don't really need to do any more on that matter, or there's some matters of notes. With the view of getting a written reply to you by the end of the month, which is the original plan. And obviously, at this stage, the deadline is to be provided and we'll get back to the council, I believe, the 19th of June. So, what I propose to do is I think we can do a written exchange of a bullet point list of matters that we think we need to address in a written reply, and you can comment on that. I think they're getting more questions about that issue. Obviously, we've already got a few conversations already on the go about meeting up with certain parties to work further. Obviously, we will have to do a revised version of our recommendation in the plan as part of that, so we've got a complexity there, which is why we think that might be time. So we will, this work provide you with a bullet point of the matter. We think we'll address in our written reply, and we would appreciate, I guess, some commentary from the panel on that. I guess in terms of wrapping up, I would wish to acknowledge the efforts made by submitted to participate in this process and present at the hearing. From the perspective of a council officer, it's been incredibly valuable to sit in the same room as submitted, to hear the perspectives panel people coming to face to face. And from a personal perspective, this is greatly assisted my understanding of the broad range of matters raised by submitters, and has certainly caused me to reassess my position on matters that I already put in evidence, which is why I think we need to take that quite a amount of time to address that. So with that, I'll hand it back to you.
And of course, for my part, on behalf of the panel, we acknowledge everybody's participation. It's a great example of community planning. And we think that's the appropriate way. And we thank the council officers, thank Mr. Banks, very young planner, and an exceptional job doing a very, very complex process. So, have to acknowledge that. And we will also acknowledge the council process, which is great to hear. Just in relation to Ōtaki, which is a subject you might have noticed I was doing. Very interested in, you responded to my first query in a minute about just what's the good of Whenua. Just like to indicate to you that there is this whole allocation of residential interests around the marae. It's not something you visibly see, but it's a very important piece of history that I'm talking about. Not sure, I can't remember the person's surname, but talking about infrastructure challenges and qualifying that. Useful just to have a conversation about that. We don't need any spatial sense as well. But it's coming from the space of wanting to have agency around impacts of this development wider on the road. So I encourage that. And other than that, so I think we're actually like that, but I don't know what to say. So I hand over to my friend.
Put it away. It might be young. Yang satu kalau terkait dengan itu maupun Archaeology, mengenai mereka orang kupu ramai. Aku cuma macam permintaan mana teknologi dari itu ini dan mau mata itu kamu itu kamu di mata ada ini itu juga jangan mengusulkan apa yang mata ke kenapa beberapa teknologi ya kalau emak dia ada siapa yang dia siapa jadi lalu dua ini dia ada dari Ōtaki Whakatau kita di mau aku dua tahu kita ni saya tu Ātiawa itu berapa ini dia perlu mau hari ini di mana timo tino itu kan Ātiawa Raukawa Rowe kita di hari Ōtaki boleh hari Maassen itu boleh mungkin saya kira kita tinggal mengapa kita tinggal ada buat kita itu apa yang ada kamu hanya cuma itu mai tiawa muatan komunitas mungkin tentang orang yang ada yang ada yang apa itu